busy schedules, especially to our Muslim brothers and sisters who also took out time, respectively, to also be here today. So we really, really do appreciate this, and we thank you. My name is Olariwaju Adubashile. I'm the Senior Program Manager of the Nigerian Governors Forum Help Desk Program, and also the SIFTAS Technical Assistance Project at the NGF. I would like us to, as a matter of starting things off, it would be nice for us to all know ourselves. I think the last time we were all gathered, at least with the NGF physically, was last year. Yeah, was last year. So it's really good and nice to have ourselves back here again. Yeah, so thank you very much. I'd like to confirm if our colleagues online can hear me. If you can hear me, please just confirm. Okay, great. Thank you, Fabricio. Thank you, Mark. And thank you very much to all our colleagues joining.
Can hear you loud and clear.
Please, at any point in time, should you have any issues with connectivity, you can please use the chat box to communicate to us. I will try and help you out to solve your issues. Yes. At any point in time if you have those problems. And also remember that you can put your questions, your comments in the chat box. I have my colleagues here who will be checking it from time to time to draw attention to them as well. So thank you so much. So we'll start off things by running introductions. So please do just let us know your name, your designation, and the IRS you're representing. Thank you very much.
Good morning all. My name is Rashid Uluajai. I'm the head IT Lagos State Internal Revenue Service. Thank you.
Hello, good morning all. I am Aminu Abdullahi, the Kebbi State Board of Internal Revenue, Director of Planning Research and Statistics.
Good morning. My name is Mustafa Mohammed Sirajo. I'm the Chairman of the Executive Katsina State Board of Internal Revenue.
Good morning all. My name is Comrade John Palmer Ode. I am the acting chairman of Cross River State IRS. Thank you.
Good morning all. Abubakar Mohammed Bello is my name. Kogi IRS, Director Finance and Accounting.
Sorry, I'll just plead that we speak a little bit louder because of our colleagues online. Thank you very much.
Good morning all. My name is Mohammed Abachakedan, MNI, Executive Chairman of the State Board of Internal Revenue Service.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us.
Good morning all. My name is Tolu Adegie, Executive Chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service.
Good morning all. My name is Chigo Son Aholo, Acting Executive Chairman, River State Board of Internal Revenue. Andrew Ayabam, Executive Chairman, Benue State Internal Revenue Service. Good morning.
Good morning to you all. My name is Bilal Muhammad Ahmad, Head of ICT, Number State Board of Internal Revenue.
Morning, everyone. My name is Salami Alalikon, Sokoto Internal Revenue Service Technical Advisor.
Good morning all. My name is Maxwell P. Omanda, representing the Executive Chairman, Adamawa State Internal Revenue Service.
Sir Monday John Onyeme, Executive Chairman, Delta State IRS.
Yeah, sorry, Zubeida, just a good recommendation for one of our online participants. I think it would be better if you help them hold the mic because of COVID, for us so that people don't keep saying, yeah, thank you very much.
I'm following a short comfort from Galaxy TV.
Abubakar Inochata is my name, Executive Chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service.
Also, Emmanuel is my name, actually ICT, Anambra State Internal Revenue Service.
Well, good morning all. Justice Okoye is my name, Executive Chairman, Imo State Internal Revenue.
Just be careful, don't trip anyone. Keep it there.
Celeste will be our
Careful.
State Internal Revenue Service.
Good morning all. Godson.
Special Assembly Chairman, Prosper IRS.
Good morning, all. My name is Oshun, Special Advisor to the Chairman of ICTD.
Good morning, all. My name is Bumi Omatue, representing the head ICT of the Internal Revenue Service.
Good morning. My name is Chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rajul Awasthi of the World Bank, and I lead the DRM agenda for Nigeria. Thanks.
Oh.
My name is ML Abubakar from Federal Inland Revenue Service.
80,000 baht.
Good morning. My name is Bright Edwin, Head ICT by Alpha State Board of Internal Revenue.
81,500.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abel Kawu. I'm the Director General of the Nigerian Government.
So, Chris, just take it out.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zubaida Abiola, Senior Program Associate at NGF.
Good morning, all. My name is Solomon Afun. I'm a project coordinator at the NGF.
Good morning, all. My name is Olon Sharabiaziz. I'm an economist at NGF.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. I see David is not in, but David Nabena is our senior economist at the Nigerian Governors Forum. We'll now turn to our colleagues online. Basi, if I can have the participants box so that I can, yeah, thank you very much. So I think in no particular order, we would appreciate the chairman introducing themselves. I see the FCT chair. If you could please just unmute and quickly introduce yourself. Thank you very much. FCT. Okay, can I have Plateau State go ahead, please? I see you're already unmuted. Plateau.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Daje Arla Dazagot, the Executive Chairman, Plateau State Interim Service.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. I have Kaduna on as well, please. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning. My name is Zaid Abakar, the Executive Chairman of Kaduna State Internal Revenue Service.
Yeah. So I don't know if the order is shown in the same way I have it here, but I have Edo on as well, please. Edo.
Good morning. My name is Igbinidwine, Executive Chairman, Edo State Internal Revenue Service.
All right, thank you so much. I have Moshood Aliu. If you could please quickly introduce yourself, Moshood Aliu.
My name is Moshood Aliu. I'm representing Delta State IT unit of Consulting Unit.
Thank you very much. I have Clement Adebayo. If you could quickly unmute to introduce yourself, Clement Adebayo.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Clement Adebayo. I'm from Motion Internal Revenue Service, ICT unit.
Thank you very much. Can I have Mologe very quickly? Mologe, if you could unmute to speak, please. Okay, we'll take Fabrizio. If you could please quickly unmute to introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Fabrizio Santoro here. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the International Center for Tax and Development. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Fabrizio is from the ICTD. Thank you very much. Dr. Makabani.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Dr. Makabani, lead IGR consultant for the NGF.
All right, thank you so much, Doc, for joining. I have, if you could move the mic, the mouse so I can see the name there. Mr. Olumoyiwa Ogumilade, if you could please unmute to speak. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Oh, good. So we have you for physical and virtual. Thank you very much. All right, we have Emeka. Yeah, Mr. Emeka, if you could please unmute to speak.
Good morning, all. My name is Uju Emeka from Delta State Internal Revenue Services. the ICT consultants. Thank you.
Thank you for joining. Alima Mubarak, please, on to speak. Introduce yourself. Mubarak.
Yes.
I would like to request that we mute our mics. We are not asked to speak. Please let's all stay muted. Please, if you come now, Ikechukwu Osiji.
Yes, sir.
Ikechukwu Osiji, please, can you please introduce yourself? Unmute to speak. Okay, I'll Mary Adeyemi very quickly. Mary Adeyemi.
This is Mary Adeyemi, Head ICT Revenue Service.
All right, thank you very much. Michael Faladay, please unmute to speak. Yeah, Michael. Okay, I'll go for Muazu Usman. Muazu. All right, thank you very much. Can I have the people? Is that all, Basi? No. Okay, thank you. I'll take your Ogene, please, if you could mute to speak.
Good day, everyone. I am Eshomomo Ogene. I'm the convener of the Jury Justice and Rectitude Advocacy Initiative. Thank you.
I have Nonso Obikili on as well. Please unmute to speak. So,
good morning, everyone. I'm Nonso Obikili from the UN Resident Coordinator Office, but I'm also part of the NCR, which is under ICTD. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have the chair of Akwa Ibom IRS. Please, sir, Mr. Okon, please unmute to speak. Thank you. Okay, we'll come back to him. Olaito Abiodun. Olaito Abiodun.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Olaito Abiodun, Director Task for Osun State.
Thank you very much. Omosomi, please. Omosomi, very quickly as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Omosomi Omomia, Special Advisor, Office of the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. I also have Raila Olu Silas. Raila Olu Silas.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rahila Olu Silas, Secretary to Plateau State Internal Revenue Service.
Thank you very much. I have Quincy Jones. Quincy Jones. Okay.
Morning, everybody.
Right,
my name is Quincy Jones. I'm the Revenue Management System Specialist from Technobrain. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Tijani Mohammed, I have Tijani Mohammed on the floor. If you could please unmute to introduce yourself, Tijani.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Tijani Mohammed, Deputy Director, Policy Advocacy, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. I have Yaya Bala, please. Unmute to introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yaya Bala from Internal Revenue Service, Kebbi State.
Yeah. Okay, I have Sanusi Mohammed Yaro.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sanusi Mohammed Yaro from Katsina State Board of Internal Revenue.
Thank you very much for joining. I'll take Shashida last. Shashi. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. This is Shashida, Project Set Technobrain, representing the Revenue Management Project.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, I think I missed out. We have Imo Epo. Imo Epo. Okay, please, if I missed out your name by any chance, please just permit us for the purposes of time. Just introduce yourself in the chat box and we'll definitely take note of your presence. We do respect your presence, so please apologies if we missed out your name. And apologies if I pronounced your name wrong there as well. Thank you very much. Then we have people on the table. Very quickly, please. Yes. I'm Wumi Ogochoma, CEO and Technology Provider and Speaker. Thank you very much for joining us, Wumi. Yes. Well, okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone, once again, for being here today at the NGF Technology and Tax event happening here at the World Scouting Hotel in Abuja today. Thank you so much. And I trust we'll have a very, very fruitful deliberation today. I want to encourage us to please ask questions, contribute, especially from your perspective as users, policy people, implementers, and those who are also desirous of these various technology adoptions that will be referenced or discussed at this session. We have quite very knowledgeable and experienced panel speakers who will be delivering several sessions today. So please, let's stay attentive and also feel free to contribute as we go along. To kick off the event and also to recognize our own very our own DG, Director General of the Nigerian Government Forum, I'd like to invite him for his welcome address. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I see we have a long list of attendees today. And so I want to just quickly recognize the chair, executive chair of the Federal Revenue Office, represented by one of the coordinating directors. We also want to recognize the representative of the World Bank, the country director, and I think Tijani too, the bills, Tijani is connected. So we have a ton of people connected. So I want to stand by the protocol already established by Larry. Well, my job is pretty straightforward, the welcome address. If you look at there's a sheet of paper you have in your file. The NGF Technology and Tax event. There's a context. It gives you an introductory paragraph and talks about context. That's pretty important. And then even more important is the next set of facts around the rise of digital transactions. If you read that, you're going to find that extremely important and relevant to what we're doing here today. And then if you go to the third, and then you can see the movement of digital transactions in the second page. The value of web-based transactions in Nigeria rose from 31.6 billion. That's 2.3 million transactions in 2012 to 478 billion in 2019. Why the point of sale? You could read all that. That's pretty huge. It's significant. And again, but of course, the next set of paragraphs touches on the slow digital road to tax for tax administration. The need to accelerate the move to a digital revenue administration. The objective of today's event. This is basically by way of introducing everybody. I have a prepared speech which is pretty short. Which will speak to some of the facts here, and a number of my colleagues here would follow up. I'm pleased to welcome you all to this is the first of its kind technology and tax event. This will be the first technology-focused event in our portfolio of events aimed at enhancing tax administration at the sub-national level. Today's event is organized in partnership with the World Bank and the International Center for Tax and Development. Both partners we consider very strategic in bringing an international perspective to the work we do. The objective of today's event is to bring together service providers. If you look at the agenda, the idea here and the attendees today, the idea here is to bring together service providers, researchers, and tax authorities from the 36 states of the Federation, together with the Federal Capital Territory, to share lessons critical for driving tax digitalization in Nigeria. The long-term objective of our meeting today is to support the scale-up of modern, taxpayer-friendly, and technology-driven. Well, sorry about that. Yeah, we apologize for that. Yeah. The long-term goal of our meeting today is to support the scale of modern, taxpayer-friendly, and technology-driven revenue administration across the country, leveraging on practical in-country and international experiences that have worked. To optimize revenue mobilization, tax authorities must digitalize the full spectrum of their operations. Our research findings show that contact-intensive taxes are at risk. Last year, collections from contact-intensive taxes fell by over 40% across all states in the country. We think this trend will continue. It has been very tough for tax authorities to collect taxes efficiently and challenging for taxpayers to meet their tax obligations. Historically, many governments have taken the path of least resistance, maintaining tax systems that allow them to maximize whatever limited options are available, rather than expanding into digital and more efficient tax systems. This model is no longer sustainable. The pathways to achieving tax digitalization will vary from country to country. However, some fundamentals will remain the same. For instance, the provision of broadband access, higher bandwidth, and the support of the growth of digital skills in the wider economy will continue to remain pretty fundamental. We believe that this event will provide excellent guidance. The technical presentations will take on both homegrown and international experiences. I just asked the lead person, our senior economist who is anchoring this, David. And he just confirmed that colleagues from Mauritius, the Mauritius Revenue Authority, and other team from Malawi will be participating. It is important. Those experiences, I think, will connect with the kind of things we think tax authorities at the subnational level should be doing. There are also other core technical sections by experts that have operated in this space across multiple jurisdictions. Of course, you have SAP, you have, there's the Techno Brain Limited and a number of other technical organizations that will be talking to you in the course of this event. Our members will be on ground to document these lessons and conclusions in order to assist us engage with state governors. Our help desk is also always available to provide technical assistance where needed. I wish you all a successful event and look forward to the final outcome of today. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, DG, for a comprehensive yet very concise welcome address. We thank you so much for that. Can we give you a round of applause again, please? Thank you. Good. So going on the event, I would like to recognize Shubham Chaudhary, the World Bank Country Director, Nigeria, Western and Central Africa region, who is represented today by Raju. So I would like to have the speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to represent my country director, Mr. Shubham Chaudhary, from the World Bank. This event is a very important one because the road to technology adoption by tax administrations is now critical. I think what the pandemic has shown us is that those revenue agencies around the world who were able to have already adopted digital modes of compliance were able to continue their operations quite successfully despite the pandemic. Revenues, of course, dipped. that was because of the economic decline. Consumption fell, so VAT revenues fell. Profits fell, so income taxes fell. But at least as far as the compliance was concerned, where digital systems were in existence, the dips were not there. Unlike in some countries and states and situations where taxpayers just simply could not go and comply, and tax administrations could not continue their business. So I think the road to digitalization is inevitable, and we in the World Bank are very happy to support states through NGF. So thank you very much, DG and all colleagues for the work that you are doing. We're very happy to partner with states through, of course, the SIFTAS program, which you all know very well. And there are a number of initiatives that we will continue to support on the issue of technology and tax administration. So again, this is a message from my country director, and I'll be back here to make presentation of my own a little later. And thank you and welcome everyone. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rajiv, for that. We have also here the Executive Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue, Mr. Mohamed Nami, represented by Mr. Hemel Abubakar. The FRS has been a very strong supporter and also a partner of the Nigerian Governors Forum and the drive of supporting states on the domestic revenue mobilization agenda. So thank you very much, sir, for being here. We'd like to have your welcome address. Thank you.
The Director General of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Mr. Asishana Okaro, the Executive Chairman of various states Internal Revenue Service here present, the officials of the World Bank, the representative of other states Internal Revenue Service chairman, ladies and gentlemen. The Executive Chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service, Mr. Mohamed Nami, regrets his inability to be here this morning. This is due to another function he is attending this moment. Therefore, he has directed me to read his goodwill message as follows. It is my privilege, honor to be invited to this very important national dialogue tagged Nigerian Governors Forum Technology and Tax event. I congratulate the chairman of Nigerian Governors Forum, His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, the Director General of NGF, Mr. Asishana Okaro, and the entire members and staff of the forum for coming up with this thought-provoking initiative. I also appreciate the partners, the World Bank and the International Center for Tax and Development for supporting this noble project of the NGF. There's no better time for a national program of this nature than now, when there is a very pertinent need to share up our revenue in order to meet up with the budgetary gap facing the federal and state government. There is also the need to look inward on how to improve the revenue of the state to augment the shortfall of allocation from the federation account. Over time, taxation all over the world has always been the most reliable and sustainable source of government revenue if well harnessed and effectively administered. For us, as a monoproduct economy, the reliance on oil revenue in the previous years has exposed our dear country to huge revenue challenges and resulted in poor budget implementation across the 3 tiers. Therefore, providing solution to these nagging revenue challenges requires a deliberate strategic action plan, hence the need and justification for today's event. Taxation in most advanced jurisdictions has gone beyond bricks and mortar model, but relies more on data and intelligence, which are driven by technology. The adoption of technology in revenue administration processes is crucial and a major enabler for enhanced and sustainable revenue generation in a globalized and knowledge-driven world. Therefore, revenue authorities at all levels must adopt automated processes and enhance e-solution both in their operations and in dealing with taxpayers within their respective jurisdictions. The need to embrace technology in tax administration was the basis for the choice of our team, leveraging on technology solution for enhanced administration of indirect taxes at the 145th Joint Tax Board meeting. The JTB meeting harped on the need to further broaden and increase revenue generation at all levels by leveraging on ICT, and that the adoption of technology will optimize and harness the various taxes and plug revenue leakages. The FRS, as the country's leading tax institution, has taken some steps at automating its processes from e-registration, e-filing, e-payments, e-receipts, e-collection, and e-TCC to ensure that we improve on collection. We have recently launched our proprietary e-solution platform, Tax Pro Max, a solution developed by FRS for effective and integrated e-tax administration. There is also the ongoing automation and real-time VAT collection and reporting system, in addition to our leveraging on technology in enhancing the exchange of information with taxpayers as provided in the Finance Act 2020. The distinguished chairman and other members of the JTB, today's event provides a good opportunity for cross-fertilization of ideas, exchange of information, peer review and collaboration among various states on the most effective application of technology in enhancing tax revenue collection, especially for the state. There's also the need to consider e-solution that will enhance the effective taxation of the informal sector, which has remained a huge source of untapped revenue. The harmonization of taxpayers' database and exchange of information with other stakeholders. With the backing and support of the state governors, I'm hopeful that the presentation from today's program will enrich the knowledge of respective tax administrators on the current evolution in the use of e-solution and other forms of ICT innovations in achieving effective tax collection and optimal revenue generation at the respective states of the Federation. I wish you a very successful deliberation and look forward for a robust discussion and implementable and actionable points. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We will see that the presentation was truly one from a leading tax institution in Nigeria. Thank you so much very much. Yeah, so we would like to take a welcome address from Mr. Tijani Mohammed, who is the Deputy Director for Policy and Advocacy with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Mr. Tijani, you can unmute to deliver your welcome address. Thank you. You're not unmuted, Mr. J. You're still muted, please. Yeah. IT, is it possible to help you with that? Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you loud.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Proceed,
Okay,
please.
thank you. Thank you. The Director General, Nigeria's Governors Forum, the Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue, or his representative, the representative of the World Bank, other distinguished participants at this event, good morning. I would like to thank the NGF Secretariat for organizing this timely and auspicious technology and tax event, and to express our appreciation for inviting the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We are in an exceptionally difficult time due to the COVID impact of pandemic. This has further underlined the significance of sustaining efforts at collaboratively building resilience at all levels of society, while also showing the readiness and capacity of government to respond quickly in designing and implementing solutions toward tackling and mitigating the health, social, and economic impact of the pandemic. Technology is one of such solutions and is central to the effective administration of tax systems. Where investment in technology was once seen as a luxury by administration, evolving business practices across the globe now demand an efficient, comprehensive, accurate, and interactive capability to deal with administration of the whole revenue system within a country like ours, and in a rapidly increasing number of cases across borders as well. Both national and subnational administration need to be able to deal with increasing number of taxpayers and the increasing amount of information required to manage the complexity of the interactions. They also need better transparency of their operations, greater efficiency, and greater responsiveness to the needs of both taxpayers and the government to achieve better revenue mobilization and ultimately fiscal policy outcome for everyone. The GATE Foundation has had a long-standing relationship with the Nigeria's Governance Forum, dating back to our support for focusing attention on polio eradication in 2012. We have been pleased to be able to support the NGF as it has grown, and with it has our support, and we are deeply committed to continuing to partner with the NGF. Starting in 2016, we started work with the dedicated NGF team to begin looking at internally generated revenue as the NGF saw the need and demand from state governors to begin getting serious about raising IGR as on-source revenue was low and erratic in the country. It has been wonderful to see the political leadership from governors, the dedication to making progress, and the strong work of the NGF Secretariat in connecting with technical support and assistance. It has been easy to make progress. It has not been easy to make progress, especially during the time of COVID. But the expertise lies within this room to make things better, and which is why we find it so important to commit to continuing our support as you take on this new stream of work on digital taxation and to exploring the implementation of new, riskier approaches to self-identify discrete domestic resource mobilization problem, and to further engage in peer learning, to learn from each other. We're glad to hear that there are other country partners that are participating in this dialogue. And to support and to improve what is working for Nigeria. I would like to, on behalf of BMGF, wish you the best for the coming discussion, and we look forward to the progress you will make in this critical endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. We also look forward to more work with all partners on the end of DRM. Yes, so we go into our technical session, the first technical session for today. And if you look at your agenda, we have two presentations there. And the first one is a background presentation to provide perspective on the rise of digitalization of Nigerian tax system. Both tax policy and administration is leveling up relative to comparable jurisdictions. To take us on that journey today will be Raju Awasti, the Senior Public Sector Specialist at the World Bank. Thank you very much. You can come over. Thank you.
See how difficult technology can actually be when you want to use it. So let me actually get started. And what I wanted to really focus on today over the next 15 to 20 minutes is whether or not we in Nigeria are really prepared for the 21st century. And actually the interesting thing is that because of the pandemic last year, I think this pathway of using technologies, in particular disruptive technologies, has been accelerated. So as I was saying earlier, it's become a matter of necessity. The criticality of online internet-based compliance has become really imperative. And where these platforms have existed, the negative impact in terms of dips in revenues have been much less. Now, the thing is, countries and within Nigeria, states, right, have different starting points. So some were a little bit more advanced, some had still some catching up to do. And if you look at the revenue numbers across states, particularly during that period of April and May last year, when there was the lockdown, you will see that compliance actually really dipped all over, but particularly where internet-based compliance was not possible. So that's clearly the message. There's a World Bank paper which we have to share. What are the revenue administration implications of COVID-19? So essentially what we had earlier was we were using information technology in tax administrations pretty much all over the world, but there was, and they did allow automation of processes, but now we're looking at digitalization. I think the main difference is moving from computerization and automation to now digitalization. And I think that's the path, excuse me, that really we need to chart. Now, when we look at this, if you look at this particular slide, if you see this first column, so the basic e-tax administration, this has now become a reality. You know, if you go back 20 years, at the turn of the century, this was still not everywhere. You would go to many countries, and I have in the World Bank been to almost all regions in the world, and you will see that at that time, this was really a goal. Just having e-filing and e-payment was a big thing. Not today. Today, this is the bare minimum. This is the basic e-tax administration that every tax and revenue administration must have. Now we're talking about use of data. How well do you use the data, not just for compliance purposes, but actually for strengthening enforcement? Okay, so now you're talking about data warehouses. Now you're talking about third-party data that's flowing into the data warehouse that allows a tax administration to really build a full 360-degree profile of a taxpayer. E-services have to be expanded. We just heard in the address by Mr. Walker how FIRS is moving in this direction. But there needs to be a widespread use of e-platforms, okay? And then now we're moving, actually, we want to move further, right? So countries are now focusing on things like real-time horizontal monitoring. What is that? That is when I make a purchase in the city as a Spar supermarket, and the moment I swipe my card at the POS, that machine is connected to a data warehouse where immediately that information is transmitted. Now, countries are doing this. Russia is doing it. Many countries in Northern and Western Europe are doing it. But the idea of that is every transaction is recorded. So there's nothing like the shadow economy anymore. There's nothing like the cash economy anymore. Obviously, that needs a very different digital infrastructure all around. It needs, you need to be talking about extensive broadband, extensive internet connectivity, extensive use of digital modes of payment, and you need to have what is called the Internet of Things. But that's the sort of next step. And then the real goal, right, is what we are calling digital by default. So there's nothing else except a digital compliance methodology. And that, of course, means that there's going to be a really high quality experience for taxpayers because they just have no compliance becomes absolutely seamless. Now, some very advanced tax administrations are actually being able to achieve this, at least to a certain extent, where assessments are algorithm-based. So for a personal income tax, the return is already pre-populated because they have all the information from the various sources. So they know exactly what your tax liability is. So what you get in terms of compliance is an email which shows you, or even a text message which shows you what your tax liability is, and all you need to do is yes or no and click on that and you're done. So that's the level of compliance simplicity that is being achieved in some administrations. They're actually even being able to do this for value-added taxation, where they have electronic invoicing systems in place. They're actually able to now populate value-added tax returns. But in terms of enforcement, these systems will then have predictive data analytics. So they will have the ability to actually know in advance what's likely to be the taxpayer's behavior and then plan accordingly. Now, these are some of those disruptive technologies or the technological trends that are changing tax administrations. You have, of course, big data. And what is big data? It simply is the ability of a system to bring data sources, different data sources from various agencies, government agencies, private agencies, banks, financial institutions, stock exchanges, and so on, and bring them all together and use as a unifier the tax identification number, which can then connect all these different data sources and then analyze them. Digitalization leads to transparency, as I mentioned, and analytics. It will lead to electronic data interchange, which means that taxpayers and tax administrations are interacting through online means, not physically. It leads to accurate self-assessments, pre-filling of tax returns, using technologies such as deep neural networks for audit case selection, talking about artificial intelligence, and then electronic notification, and all of these are bringing capabilities to tax administrations in digital invoicing, payments, fiscalization, and so on. So really, what is the key takeaway? It is that digitalization will mean not just technology. It's not possible to simply just bring technology in and stick it into a tax administration and everything is going to work like that. No, there's need for a comprehensive institutional transformation. So it's a change management issue as much as a technology issue. And I think that's something that we really need to keep in mind. Now, when you move towards digitalization, you need to keep in mind various things, because there are challenges as well, right? And that first, of course, is security. Now, tax is a sovereign responsibility, a sovereign power. You are taking money out of people's pockets, so there needs to be a very high level of security. So that's very important. You need to therefore establish efficient operational processes. and you need that, you need that strategic vision. You need to prioritize collaboration across different agencies. As I said, it has to be an overall whole of government approach in terms of digitalization. Tax administrations or revenue administrations cannot operate in silos or as like oases in a desert. The other thing which is not mentioned here is privacy concerns of citizens. That is also very, very important, and we know that there have been instances of hacks across the world in advanced countries and others where data has been hacked from tax administration. So security and privacy becomes really, really important. I just wanted to come back to one specific area of taxation, which of course subnational, all of you are really dealing with. Some of you may not directly be involved, but of course, so the land use charge, right? Property taxation. Now, this is something that has really is actually really transforming the administration. I think we have Mauritius speaking later. We couldn't, unfortunately, Cape Town today was not able to connect because they were on leave. But we will organize a session when we do the next session through SIFTA's workshops. We'll bring Cape Town in because they are actually operating a really good technology-based system. So a lot of these things which are challenges, mapping properties becomes a really big challenge, right? And especially with the accuracy that's needed for taxation. But that is now really being supported, and cutting edge technology is helping in this. Property mapping, maintaining property registers and databases, using technology for valuation, and then in operations and of course tax-based services. So, one of the key factors is the coverage ratio, right? What's the total number of properties in Abuja and how many of those are actually on the register for the tax administration, right? So that's a key an attribute. It's the foundational attribute. And so one of the things that we have done in the SIFTAS, of course, as you know, is we have a DLI where when states will complete mapping of more than 50% of urban areas, you get the project will disburse a grant. But what is interesting is, and the project is supporting that effort by procuring satellite imagery for the entire country. And for urban centers, this satellite imagery is going to have 3D vectors. So you will know the heights of buildings. You will not just have the footprints. The project is also providing software that will help in the enumeration, the property enumeration process. So the procurement is ongoing. It should be completed in a matter of weeks, and then that imagery will be distributed, and states can begin the process of. Now there are different technologies that are now available for identifying the universe of structures and properties. You have, of course, the satellite-based imagery, but countries are also using drones, unmanned vehicles, and that's aerial vehicles, and that has also been seen to be very, very useful. They provide great detail, but of course there's a complexity and issues of scalability. Then there are regulation issues because you can't just fly drones everywhere. So these are the sort of, I'm not going to sort of read out this whole presentation, and I'm sure the presentation will be shared with all the participants anyway. But the point I'm trying to get at is cutting edge technology is really pushing forward property tax coverage and enumeration and so on. And then, technologies, once you have the properties identified, then there are a number of other applications, right? The land ministry will use it. Of course, local government will use it for all kinds of things, urban development, planning, zoning, etc., etc. And then, as I was mentioning, and this is a list of countries that are sort of using computer-assisted mass valuation of properties as something that can very well be done once you have everything on a database that can be worked with. The property tax operations management system is similar to a tax administration, a technology-based tax administration system, of course, but it's just to highlight that again, this is very, very useful. And then technology really facilitates taxpayer services, communication. You can send messages, you can receive messages, you can, taxpayers or property taxpayers are able to get a lot more or better service, better billing, collection, and payment options. So this is how the SIFTAS is doing this. I already talked about it, so I'm not going to repeat what is on this slide, but yes, I do want to say that we're looking forward to that next step. Now, I'm not going to go into these, but I put these here because, as I said, the presentation will be shared, and there are many examples here from different countries of how big data is being used. What are the different ways? So, for example, here, all these different sources are flowing into the data warehouse, and then that's helping in risk management, audit case selection, enforcement, and so on. These are just examples, what Mexico has done. What is blockchain? We keep hearing these terms, so just try to put these in. There's some use cases of blockchain in Switzerland, in China, the Australian Taxation Office, how they use the blockchain. And then they did say that please maintain a healthy dose of skepticism regarding any claims of future revolutionary impact. So there's caveats here as well. Then machine learning, how machine learning is being used by tax administrations. And these are two nice references just for you to read to if you would like to. This is the OECD's publication, Technologies for Better Tax Administration. And then there's one that the Intra-European Organization of Tax Administrations has come out with. And as you know, in many of the European countries, they're actually doing quite innovative solutions. So it would be, these are two useful publications. The UK has a Making Tax digital program. So you can go and look at that website. It's all open. There's the Australian Digital Management Agenda. You can take a look at this as well. Singapore has its Smart Nation initiative. Of course, as you know very well, Singapore is one of those examples where there is an overall infrastructure of digitalization in every aspect of governance. So it's really a fantastic example. Here's the One Touch program in Denmark. There's New Zealand making tax simpler. This is Russia. Artificial intelligence and so on. So there's some examples on property tax coverage from here, and then India, Rwanda, Zanzibar. So I'm just going to stop here. You can switch the presentation off if you like. Sir, thank you. So that's really, and I have not at all covered what Lanre had said that I will, which is how is Nigeria sort of leveling up or comparing. I don't think we really have the time really for that. My idea here was really to just highlight the criticality of this, highlight how COVID-19 has in particular made it very, very important, and then just show that there are lots and lots of technologies and use cases out there. But again, at the end, to emphasize that it has to be a whole of government approach. So we, of course, in the World Bank, we do have the GovTech initiative, through which we have been providing support to states and the federal government in various sectors, trying to get them to really introduce technology. And we want to do the same, obviously, for revenue administration. So that's exactly what I wanted to cover. So I'll just stop here. Thanks.
I'll give Raju a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raju. I don't know about every other person, but there are certain words that stayed with me. I hear the word cooperation, because one thing is sure, you can't do it alone as a tax authority. You need to be able to work with other government agencies to be able to get that result you're seeking in terms of using technology to drive revenue mobilization. And that speaks to the part about integration. You can have a technology, but how far you go will still depend on integration. I remember about last year or so, we're looking at integration with NIMC, we're looking at integration with NIMS and all of that. We still need to find a way to ensure all of this integrate. We're talking about BVN, we're talking about NIN today. We need to find a way to bring all of this together for us to get to where we're going. As long as we have multiple databases running, we will continue to have issues. I also hear standard processes. There's a key word that Raju said. It said technology facilitates compliance. It doesn't provide compliance. It only facilitates processes you have. It doesn't take away the standard processes you need to embed, because technology, if you put garbage in, it will be your garbage out. We need to have standard processes that technology will work on to drive compliance. And most importantly, there is no overnight success. It's very important to measure that. I've had conversations with people say, oh, deploy technology, you drive, they give you crazy projections and tell you, oh, we drive your revenue to 300%. These are sales marketing speech. It's scalability. It takes time, but you need to start now for us to get to where we're going. Also, to end on that note, there are case examples in this presentation that are at your own will and time. You can also go back, look, and trust us, the bank is ready to also engage you on some of the conversations on anything you wish to know, and they can connect you as well with these various revenue authorities for you to have further conversations. On this note, we'll still take questions, by the way, but we want to take questions after the two presentations so that we can take it all at once. Because my questions you have, that second presentation might have addressed. We want to take a presentation that talks of benefiting from digitalization and technology-driven tax administration. This will focus on looking at technology and digitized data in tax administration and the lessons for sub-Saharan Africa. And this will be taken by Fabrizio Santoro. He's a postdoctoral fellow with the International Center for Tax and Development. Fabrizio, I trust you're still on with us.
Hello, everyone. Yes,
Right.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, no problem. Can I have IT put up his presentation?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Okay, share your presentation, Fabrizio, from your end.
Yes, I hope.
Yeah, it's up. If you could put it in slide mode. Yes, great. So you can
Nice.
go ahead, Fabrizio. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So yeah, first of all, I just want to say that I feel extremely lucky to be here among so many experts, and I'm very grateful for the invitation. Before going through the presentation, I just wanted to thank the organizers of this event, especially David Nabena, who was very prompt in communicating with me. I'm very sad to be here remotely. I would love to be there in person. But also, I would love to say a few words about the Nigerian Tax Research Network, who's also one of the organizers, together with the NGF of this event. The NTRN is basically a grant from the Gates Foundation, which is coordinated by ICTD and the FIRS. And the main goal of NTRN is basically to provide a venue for exchange of knowledge through conferences and workshops like this one we are attending right now. Also supporting the creation of new knowledge from local Nigerian researchers through funding, and also facilitating coordination among different projects in Nigeria. The NTRN is extremely lucky to have as its advisory group chair the eminent former FIRS chairperson, Mrs. Ifeeko Okawuru, and which works alongside a group of 7 other eminent practitioners and researchers drawn from different disciplines and across the country. Many thanks to the NTRN research coordinator, Dr. Only Owen, and also the network coordinator, Michael Faraday, who I think is also connected here. And yeah, having said that, I just go through my presentation, which has the goal of showcasing what we learn from Sub-Saharan Africa when it comes to technology and digitized data. Let me start motivating my talk. I won't spend much time saying that technology adoption and digitization of data are some extremely important developments in developing countries, as Rajul mentioned. Often, I mean, and COVID-19 significantly boosted this shift towards technology and digitization. But the main point here, being a researcher, is that I think very little research has been done on this particular aspect so far. In contrast, for example, with the abundant evidence on digitalization in public finance management, very little is known about digitalization in tax administration. Many research questions are still left unanswered. For example, is data used to its full potential? We still do not know exactly how data is used in practice. And then, does technology help improving compliance? And this goes also hand in hand with the increasing availability of administrative data for research. In the last 10, 15 years, tax administration in the continent have increasingly granted access to admin data for research purposes. And so we see this huge amount of new evidence which exploits those admin data. And I mean, from our side, ICTD always, also the World Bank, of course, always pursued the use of admin data for research in Africa. And so, you know, we learn a lot on data and technology. In this context, we recently launched the DigiTax program, which is a 3-year program funded by Gates, which has the goal of producing some robust scientific evidence on the linkages between digital financial services, technologies more broadly, and tax administration. I am the research lead of the program, and I'm extremely excited for this opportunity, of course, because this program looks at 2 different components. The first one is probably more tangential to this talk, but anyway, it's about the designing of taxation of digital financial services, especially mobile money. But the second component, I think it's more relevant for today's event, which is about understanding the potential of data and technology to strengthen tax administration. We aim at influencing national policies, of course, informing the global debate, and support revenue authorities in their change. The DigiTax program's main audiences, target audiences, are policymakers and regulators like yourselves, donors, DFS providers, and of course, researchers. We also recently launched a call for proposals, and which just ended yesterday. And we also received 2 to 3 nice proposals from Nigeria, which I'll mention at the end. In this context, I'm also leading a review paper, which basically wants to take stock on what we know on the key challenges with data and technology in Sub-Saharan Africa. And the idea is to update the latest available review on the topic from Bird and Zolt, which is quite, it's from 13 years ago, and many things have happened in the last decade in the continent. We want to map those changes, identifying the gaps in the literature, and draw some key lessons for policymakers in a synthesized fashion in order to inform their digital journey. And the perimeter of our review paper would look at what we call the basics of data. We're going to basically assess whether how tax administration are using the basic data sets that they have with them. I'm talking about taxpayer registry, for example, tax returns data, tax payments data, and assess the level of availability, quality, consistency, accessibility, and cross-checking of these data sets. And we're also going to look at some, say, basic technologies. As Rajul mentioned earlier, e-filing and e-payment are not considered basic, is the starting point. So we want to study how those technologies are performing in the continent, but also electronic billing machines and other fiscal devices, and more kind of structural internal technologies like ITAS. We're going to do a review of the literature, of course, but also provide some regional evidence by directly assessing the quality of the administrative data from a selected pool of countries to which we have access, and also running some in-depth interviews with tax administrators. I'm also able to tell you a little bit more about the findings. We finished the review of the literature and the analysis of admin data, so I could tell you a bit more about the preliminary findings. The common, probably the common pattern and conclusion here is that, again, as Rajul mentioned earlier, technological solutions will not work unless we get the basics right first. In this sense, we document a number of challenges with the basics of data. I'm talking about coverage of administrative data, which is often incomplete, missing information in taxpayer registry and tax returns, the extent of duplicates, both in the registry and returns, and the quality of information when available is often wrong or inaccurate. This, of course, has repercussion on the usage of data by tax administration for their core functions. As it has been said just before, garbage in, garbage out. So if the quality of data is poor, then there is limited scope for using that data for enforcement, risk, and audit. And these are also repercussions on the ability to use third-party data as well. We also document significant challenges in identifying, locating, and even communicating with taxpayers. And we know how taxpayer assistance is important in these years. And then, of course, this has consequences in terms of poor capacity to perform statistical analysis and forecasting, and many tasks are duplicated. We are also able to say something about technology and how that linked to data quality. We know that in few countries, multiple systems are running in parallel. They are operating in silos, and so they produce multiple data sets which create confusion. We also know that there are paper-based practices or even Excel-based practices which often coexist with more integrated databases. Again, confusion here, administrative confusion. We can't say much about ITOS. I mean, we know that it holds great promises. There's lots of excitement around ITOS, but still there is little evidence on its actual impact. And we hope to be able to say something, through Digitax in the next few years. And we also know that piecemeal technologies like e-filing or EBMs, yes, they can improve compliance, facilitate compliance, but we fear that they do not address the core functions of the authority. Now, I'm happy. Sorry, I hear some background noise, but anyway, I'm happy to share some international experiences here from other countries in which ICTD work in the last years, mostly Rwanda, and other countries as well. The first experience relates to the quality of taxpayer registry. And this links to what we call nil filing, which I'll explain in a second. The background of this stream of research is that the majority of registered taxpayers in Rwanda do not file or file zero, report zero taxable income, zero turnover, and zero tax. And this also applies to other countries like Uganda, Ethiopia, Eswatini, Sierra Leone. So our research questions was, okay, why these taxpayers do that? And then how reliable is then the taxpayer registry if the vast majority of taxpayers in it are just inactive and not contributing any tax? And so in the case of Rwanda, we had access to admin data from the authority, and through a nudging exercise and a randomized control trial, in which basically we nudged nil filers to respond through behavioral messages, we understood some key aspects of this behavior. First of all, we know that nil filing is a conscious behavior, so taxpayers are totally aware of what they're doing, and they are not easily nudged. So the responses to communications from the authority are negligible. And this happens also in Eswatini, by the way. The problem is that we understood that taxpayers are increasingly and aggressively encouraged to register with the authority, but then even when, for example, they are not operative yet, and of course, and then of course they give a little information what to do next. So confused taxpayers at the end find ways to cope with that, with the complexity, and then they minimize penalties by remitting zero tax, by finding zero. The key messages of this study, which applies again to Rwanda, Uganda, I think, and also Eswatini, is that we should be aware of reaping apparently low-hanging fruits, because they could have some unintended consequences in terms of data. Just think about the, how can I say, as Mick Moore put it, the registration obsession in which many revenue authorities seem to be falling, by which, the main goal is to put as many new taxpayers in the tax system as possible. This is likely to create bad data, bloated taxpayer registry, full of inactive taxpayers. And then, then it would be difficult to use the taxpayers registry for enforcement. And then there's also these behavioral aspects by which taxpayers find ways to cope with complexity by producing bad data. So it's a kind of a vicious cycle. The second international experience is about VAT and electronic billing machines, again in Rwanda, but with implications for Uganda and Ethiopia as well. So again, here, we all know that VAT is a quite sophisticated tax, but it's extremely important for enforcement because it produces lots of data that the authority could use. And also electronic billing machines, by the way, they automatically generate a huge amount of data. The key question is then, how is this data used? Is it fully exploited for enforcement? And then, of course, how the VAT work in practice? So here in Rwanda, we just analyzed administrative data from VAT returns and EBM. Also, we ran some qualitative, interviews with taxpayers, and we understood that discrepancies, what we call discrepancies, are widespread in VAT data. So if we consider a VAT payer a seller, which files his VAT return and also, inputs his transaction on the electronic billing machines, well, in theory, those transaction values should be equal. But instead, we see that in 43% of the cases of the sellers, the two values are different. The VAT communicated to EBMs is different from what filed in the return. But even when we match buyers and sellers, which in theory should communicate and should, file and report the same transaction amounts, well, that happens only in 20% of the cases. In the vast majority, there are discrepancies also at the buyer-sellers level. In this context, again, we document lots of taxpayer confusion, especially when coping with the electronic billing machines and the refund system, by the way. The key messages from this study is that, of course, the administrative complexity and the weak capacity to use data may prevent tapping the full potential of VAT data and EBM data. Here, we see low-hanging fruits which are left hanging. We estimate that by closing those gaps, those discrepancy gaps that I showed you before, the Rwanda Revenue Authority could gain a significant amount of, millions of dollars. And that happens also in Uganda and Ethiopia. And this, of course, is quite important for Nigeria as well, because, in federal context, states would directly benefit from VAT expansion and from the proper collection of VAT. Another key message here, which relates to technology, is that technology can increase compliance costs for taxpayers. We see that Rwandan taxpayers easily make mistakes with the machine, which they don't know how to rectify. They don't know how to use the machine properly. And then you also see that there are overlapping technologies that are being implemented in the country year after year, which goes against the limited sophistication of small taxpayers. In a nutshell, problems with data may prevent the use for enforcement. And at this point, I'm also happy to say something about Nigeria. I'm going to just briefly mention a couple of working papers that we just published at ICTD from Nigerian researchers, which look at the taxpayers' experience with digital tools in Nigeria. The first one from Efobi et al. Is about SMEs' uptake of the ITAS at the federal level. So, they basically surveyed 500 SMEs in some states in southwestern Nigeria. And what was striking was to see, that the level of awareness with the system was fine. 40% were aware of that. But then there was a gap with the adoption level. Just 15% adopted it. So there was a gap between the knowledge of the system and then the practical adoption of it. But what was more striking was that they basically show how particular segments of taxpayers actually use the system. More sophisticated taxpayers, those with higher education, with a finance degree, those that work with tax consultants are much more likely to use ITIS. The others are left behind. What I also liked was that they show out the FIRS staff encouragement was key in adoption. So this is quite important for policy making as well, because there was a role here played by the tax officials in encouraging adoption. The second paper from Masood is probably more relevant for this audience because it looks at is a prospective paper looking at the extent of acceptability of state level e-filing. So it looks about the future, about technology that still needs to be implemented. And Masood basically interviewed 400 micro enterprises in 7 states in northwestern Nigeria. And what it says is that there is widespread willingness to accept this new technology, 70%, even if about half of them would need an intermediary, especially the early stages. And what was more important to me was that Masood was able to identify the drivers of this future adoption. Basically, they are based on performance expectancy. Taxpayers are willing to accept ITIS if it would boost their performance. Effort expectancy, they're willing to embrace ITIS if it will make their life easier. And social expectancy was also key. They're happy to adopt the technology if their peers do the same. And then there is also this aspect of weak knowledge, and so the need of awareness and training. This is just a starting point from the future research in Nigeria. Let me go towards the conclusion. I want to stress that big progress, huge progress has been made so far in sub-Saharan Africa with some technological innovations or data practices which were just unthinkable a few years ago, but now they are a reality. What we think is that the glass is just half full. The full potential of it is not fully tapped yet. And this, common patterns here somehow link to what Rajul was mentioning. This key message that technology alone is not enough, and there are other aspects that need to be right before embarking in implementing a new technology. On the supply side, the usual suspects are of course hard infrastructures and connectivity. There is also this human factor in tax administration, by which I mean the level of staff's tax officials' acceptance or resistance to a new technological reform. And extremely important institutional vision and strategy, plus broader digital reforms at the national or federal level. Just think about a federal-based identification system to link to when registering a new taxpayer. And then, of course, demand-side constraints, compliance costs, inefficiency, inequalities. These are quite important aspects for us because we know that the smaller taxpayers, which are those who are more in need of help and assistance, are actually those that bear the largest burden from coping with technologies. The idea is then to know your customers first, prepare the ground, target and train, more or less in the same way as Masood was doing in his prospective study. To wrap up, in terms of implication for the future, I think that it would be important to consider the feasibility and desirability of reaping apparently low-hanging fruits. Just think about the usage of data from digital financial service providers to expand the tax base. This is something that Digitax aim at doing more research, or pre-filing returns or acting on discrepancies. How feasible is that right now if the basics are not in place first? So it would be crucial for us to consider whether these basics are in place and what is missing at the technical and political level. There is then this aspect of sequencing of reforms, which is something that revenue authorities are doing. Clean your data, the existing data first before going to the ITIS, and then think about the unintended consequences. Just a few notes on how the digitax could matter here for Nigeria. Of course, in the next 3 years, we would be happy to share experiences from other countries, as I did today, and coordinate on the local research proposals. There are 3 proposals from 3 different researchers. Also, for example, the Lagos Business School, which are on tax and digital technology. So it would be nice to coordinate with tax administrators as well. And then, of course, we'd be happy to support state-level initiatives to robust quantitative evidence, research, scoping exercise, field studies. And in the long run, of course, our interest is to pursue positive change, which I think is also in the interest of tax administration. Sorry for being over time. I think I'll stop here. Thanks so much. Happy to have to answer your questions or any change on this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. Can we all give him a round of applause, please? Thank you so much for that. I think I trust everyone has had something to take away from that presentation. For me, striking points are recognizing the practical difficulties when deploying technology. One size doesn't fit all. That you deploy technology today doesn't mean you throw away all the manual process immediately. You need to know your taxpayers and know how to start up and ensure that quality for them. Also be wary of the compliance cost, because if you have technology and any chance compliance cost is going higher, then it defeats the purpose. It should drive the compliance cost for the taxpayer lower, and also should reduce the cost burden on the tax authorities. And also a point that links with what Raju also said, IT is not enough. IT is not enough. You need things to be able to drive the IT system. You need your processes to drive the IT system. You need the right people, the right skill to drive the IT process. If you have a system, every system, that's why even in technology, they keep on coming with what they call update patch. Because every day someone thinking about to hack the system. The same thing with human intervention. Every day, some scrupulous elements are trying to see how they can beat the system, offer under reporting opportunities to taxpayers, sell your TCCs out there, and all of that. So you need to gradually and consistently evolve with these practicalities. This brings me to open the session for questions, discussions, and contributions. If you wish, I'll start with our physical audience first. Just kindly indicate by just raising your hand up, and I'll come to you with the mic. And then, but please let's keep it at maximum of a minute so that we can, as much as possible, take everyone's questions. And remember, you can target your questions at the 2 last speakers, not just one. So feel free to just name or direct the questions accordingly, and we'll collate all of them and get them to respond. I also urge our speakers to take notes of questions, because we'll take a number of questions before we ask you to react. So thank you very much. Introduce yourself again, and then ask you.
Good afternoon. Good morning, all. My name is Rashid Uluajai. I'm the head of IT, Lagos State Internal Revenue Services. I think I need to appreciate both speakers for those wonderful presentations. They're quite inspiring. For you, one cannot perhaps not mention the issue surrounding the big data in Nigeria. We thought that there should be a possibility for us in Nigeria, at least perhaps at the federal government level, with the NGF forum, to have a central repository that would house NIN, BVN, and TIN that all states IRS can leverage on. If the NGF can make that happen, then I'm sure that would increase the tax nets in most of the states. In terms of the second presentation, I also would like to comment on the issue of compliance. He mentioned the cost of compliance, and I think the cost of implementation
perhaps was omitted in that presentation, because this is a very huge cost. And I'm wondering if it is at all possible at the NGF level to provide funding for all states IRR to be able to implement these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But you know, when you started, you said you're from where? That's the question. But yes, definitely, that's why we have partners here and partners online who are listening, and I'm sure they're taking note, and where they can definitely support, they will. And we will also put it out there to see where we can muster support for you.
My name is Adebite Ademikora. I'm the Executive Chairman of Osun Internal Revenue Service. I want to also commend our presenters for what they have given us. Particularly, I want to refer to Mr. Raju's presentation, and I want to lay emphasis on the infrastructure, because when we talk about technology, we need capital investment in infrastructure that will drive it. But unfortunately, most of us, because of the financial autonomy that we do not have, it becomes so difficult most times to convince our principal that we need to invest heavily in the infrastructure. I would like to please seek your cooperation and your assistance at this time. Probably you can help us when you are talking about drones, talking about autometer. Most of these things are non-existent in some of these states. And if they are non-existent, how are we going to do it? You want to convince your principal that when they invest in those areas, there will be so much efficiency, but they want to see the result first. So I would want to, sir, if you can help us, we can help us probably to even invest for us. Maybe World Bank can come to our aid and give us some of this infrastructure so that we can be able to move on very well. And for Mr. Fabrizio, thank you, because you said it's not IT alone. So we need capital, we need the human development, human capacity. We need to improve on that. We need adequate people with adequate knowledge to drive these processes, which are also not existent. In some of my states, for instance, if you want to drive anything in property tax, you need to leverage on the efficiency of the Ministry of Lands or Surveyor General. We don't have people right there in our office that can even drive it. Supposing the Ministry of Lands are not cooperating now, so it becomes so difficult for us to get the results. So I think, thank you for mentioning that, and I think we need to improve on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more hands on? Do we? Okay. I would like to just quickly check the online audience. Basi, if you could help me pick up. Do we have questions? If you have questions on the virtual platform, kindly just indicate by clicking on the raise your hand button on the participant box or interface, and then we'll call you up to speak. If you click on it, a small hand will come up as a symbol next to your name, and we'll know. Do we have any hands up? And then can we also check the chat box to see if we have any questions? Yes, so something similar to what you see on the near the NGF Secretariat name. That will come up once you click on that. So if you have questions or comments or contribution, please indicate. None? IT? Do we have any? Okay, can we check the chat box? Okay. So just before I hand over to two speakers to speak, just for the purposes of the fact that the NGF also drives a part of shifters. When you're talking about investments also in terms of drones and all, there's currently an ongoing effort with the World Bank and the Ministry of Finance to fund the provision of satellite imagery, mapping of properties, and also actually expanding that to cover even infrastructure, which will not only help planning, but also planning for your revenue targeting and mapping as well on the property side and other bits. So I'm sure with all things going well, soon you will have some resource to drive your work. But without in brief of the bank, I'll hand over to Raju to speak and respond. And then after that, Fabrizio, you have a chance to respond as well.
Thank you very much for those comments and for the appreciation. So I think the point that was made about the central repository of data linking TINs with BVMs. I think, in my understanding, an effort was ongoing at the Joint Tax Board. Unfortunately, our colleague from FIRS, Mr. Abubakar, has left. So he used to be the secretary of that board, so he could have probably given us a good update on that. But I completely see the importance of this. Actually, what is really needed is to have the legal framework that allows and provides for automatic, regular exchange of data. Now, I'll give you the example of my home country, India. So in 2003-04, they brought a change in the tax law, which basically listed a number of agencies, institutions, banks, financial institutions, stock exchanges, credit card companies, foreign exchange bureaus, property registries, etc., that were legally then obligated to send information and data on a regular basis in a computer database format, not paper format, to the Central Board of Direct Taxes, where then that would be used. So the legal framework is also necessary, because without the legal, you need that legal framework to then enable, then technology becomes so that's really important. I think the question of funding, financing of infrastructure and capital needs for technology. Now, one of the things is that this kind of technology has now become cheaper and cheaper over the years. So we're not really talking about hundreds of millions of dollars at all, right? So it's become very accessible. As Landa already mentioned, the CIFTAS project is providing the data, satellite imagery, and the software for property enumeration. It's providing other kinds of capacity building and training activities. So that already is happening. There is the bank's ID4D project, right, which is helping on data harmonization. And then there are, I'm not saying that the World Bank will never come forth to support states in this regard as well. I think that's definitely something that has always been considered in many countries. So we can think about that. But I think the point I'm trying to make is the technologies have become more accessible and cheaper, and then not a huge investment. So I think states, especially revenue agencies that themselves collect revenue, I think we do have the wherewithal. What we can provide is technical support to really guide the process of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fabrizio, if you could respond to the comment.
Yes, absolutely. No, I mean, I totally agree with the point on the need of funding. Yeah, there's a key aspect of this whole kind of transformative process. And I think it's not just about the, finding resources for implementing a new technology, but also continuously having those fundings to keep it in place and maintaining it and updating it. We have many cases. I mean, I'm aware of a few cases in which, the initial findings was found. The initial findings to launch ITAS, for example, was found, but then after a few years, there were no more fundings to update the system, and the old technology somehow fell apart. And then the second point on the human factor, again, this is something I'm really passionate about from a research perspective. And I think that, more in general, that this whole digital journey would be an opportunity to somehow restructure, re-engineering the whole internal management and staffing kind of organization. And we probably need to know more about tax officials and tax staff attitudes and perceptions towards technology on top of their skills. And for example, we are launching a study on this by interviewing tax officials in Rwanda, and we could learn something on how they relate to technology. And I welcome this type of studies in Nigeria as well, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. I actually made some notes to respond also from the perspective of the work we also do with you. In terms of procurement process, because I heard a question about, oh, the technology is expensive and all of that. Over the years, there have been several approaches which my colleague Solomon would also speak to during his presentation. So I'll advise that we keep a keen here to hear him out when he speaks. But just very quickly to say that there are new ways of doing these things. People are moving from on-premise to cloud-based deployment, which is way far cheaper in terms of deployment, in terms of also running costs, right? And then you have the approach of also approaching this from a framework contract perspective. And that is just a simple game of numbers. One person negotiating as against 5-person negotiating, there's an incentive for the vendor to drop the price. We're currently working with the World Bank and Ministry of Finance to do that under the e-procurement solution. And currently we have about 16 states on that cost, on that procurement, and way far cheaper than if they had actually deployed it themselves. So these are different approaches, but that's not to say, again, it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's something that you then need to think about. If you have like minds in terms of tax authorities that are willing to go the same way, then you can always come together and see how best to work this out. But there are various ways of working around the cost. There's cost sharing and all of that. I can go on. A number of IRSs here already employ this, so I know you know what I'm talking about. In terms of, you talked about capacity, and we talked about business processes, standard processes. The help desk is available. It's free resource. We provide capacity building. Where you're deploying a technology and you require some support in terms of reevaluating the processes within the IRS to support the business process integration to this technology, we're available and it's free. And we can muster these resources and ensure that we direct them to your respective IRSs to support the process, working with your staff, not working alone. Yeah, so that's something to consider. So when you're looking for a resource, please don't look too far. There are some that we can actually take care of at the Nigerian Governors Forum. But before I close, I would like to, because again, I know there are tax authorities seated here that have deployed. And the critical questions we should ask ourselves. We recorded good milestones in terms of deploying e-payments. I think that is now the common, easy one. Work your payment gateway, your banks, and then get that done. But why do you think, I'd like to explore, what's your experience deploying e-filing and e-registration? I think would like to hear one or two things. How is that going? How is the mileage you're recording in that as against the e-payment? Is there any reason why e-payment is doing better? So I think these are the very quick questions. If we have any of tax are willing to share one or two experiences or feedback on that, I think it will really benefit your colleagues who are also here and your colleagues who are online. So I don't know if we have volunteers here to speak to that. Just very quickly. Do we have? Oh, hello? Yes, I said, do we have IRSs? I know we have IRSs that have deployed e-payment, right? And some already and have even done e-registration and e-filing. But we all know that e-filing and e-registration hasn't perhaps recorded the same progress or success that you recorded with your e-payment platform. Are there specific reasons? And what are you doing to ensure that it meets up? So I think that's the experience we want to quickly dig into to see before we round up the session. So do we have any experience on that? Okay, so no problem. We'll go into our tea break session now, and then that will hold for 25 minutes. We're leaving now at 11:51, so we should expect ourselves to be back here by 12:15. So we should be back here by 12:50. Your tea break, I believe, is served just outside here. So please just relax and get ready for the next part of the session. And thank you very much for your keen attention so far. I look forward to more deliberations as we go on. Thank you. Recently, I filled a form. I used capital letter, and when the information came, I can't remember what, a lot of things had changed, even though I used capital letter. So when people are entering data, there is bound to be human error. Then when the data is being migrated from one source to another, there can be distortions. Limited capacity to generate unique taxpayer ID. So when this is manual, it is almost impossible. You have field offices, you have the HQ for each taxpayer to have a unique ID, even if it's automated and it's not properly configured. So proper automation makes a taxpayer to have a unique ID. Inadequate data control access protocol to ensure data integrity, inadequate coverage of the taxpayer taxpayer base, limited capacity to leverage collaboration opportunities, leveraging partner databases such as customs, immigration, banks, FRS. Like Raju mentioned, there is a World Bank $450 million project that is ongoing called ID for Development. It's being championed by NIMSI, that's the Nigerian Identity Management Commission, and it's supposed to harmonize data from FRSC, BVN all together. Talking about big data, one of my experiences, the first time I went to the US in the early 2000s, then we didn't have caller ID and the rest, or true caller as it was. And I was in my cousin's place in Chicago, then my in-law called from California. And I saw the name pop up on the land telephone. So the first question I asked my cousin, do you know these people? And he said, no. I said, how come the number is showing here? So it's pulling it from the database. So that's what we benefit from having big data. Also, when I was in California on that trip, my in-law would go to a shop, and when they want to verify the card or the address, they would just ask for the home phone number and everything would pop up. It was so strange for me then, but it's because they had big data and their identity databases were harmonized. Significant administrative burden and inefficient processes that cause longer processing time. So Larry talked about standard operating processes. If we don't make our processes efficient, technology is not going to make any magic out of it. We need to make sure we review and streamline our processes, even when they are manual, before we automate. We need to increase compliance, which is one of the major challenges we have. How do we make voluntary compliance easier on the part of the taxpayer? And the inconvenience of the taxpayer, most people, it's just the inconvenience that puts them off. If they can comply from their desk, they would happily do that. Enumeration, filing, and payment. Fraud, mismanagement, and collusion between tax officers and taxpayers to aid on the reporting of tax liabilities and payment. We know that most times people want to find a way around the system, and we have people within the system who would also want to take advantage of that. So we've come up with a definition of sorts. We're not quoting any source because we came up with this in-house. Tax Administration Management Information System, or TAMIS, is a system of program modules designed to intelligently allow users enter, build, query, process, analyze taxpayer data and information relating to functions such as registration, self-assessment, filing, returns, payment, receipting, issuance of clearance certificate, and appeals management, enforcement, and collection through integration with other agencies' database, big data like I spoke about now. So this is a domesticated concept by a revenue authority This is Sri Lanka Revenue Administration Management Information System. It's scaled down from a standard TAMIS concept, which we'll look at. So we're looking at walk-in taxpayers, calling taxpayers that will contact the call center or contact center, e-service, the ones that will go through the internet. Then you're looking at things like registration, cancellation, returns, assessment, payments, refund, appeals, collections, clearance, directions. Then we've talked about workflow, internal workflow, accounting, audit, rules. What are the logic that the system is built on? Then notification, correspondence management, support function, reporting services, and data store. A lot of us who have lived outside the shores of the country, of this country, or in the West, know that when you beat the traffic light or you have a traffic infraction, most times nobody talks to you. You get a letter telling you of the penalty, and when you don't pay, there is interest on that. So you are forced to comply before the penalty gets out of hand. Next. Okay. So this is from the Asian Development Bank. It's more generic. Like Larry had mentioned earlier, we don't have to come big bang when we're deploying technology. We can phase it and start from one phase and scale up subsequently. So this is more detailed than the Sri Lanka one, but you can look at this when you get your slides. I wouldn't go into this for sake of time. Sorry. Okay. So what are the benefits of TAMIS adoption? Enabling self-services to minimize administrative burden and cost. For some of us, you may not realize, if you want to buy your international ticket and you do it online, it's cheaper than walking into the airline office to buy it, because then they are making you pay for the staff who are servicing you. So going online increases your efficiency and also reduces your cost of administration. Without, and we have to manage this because this is also a concern for resistance within the IRS, because people will be afraid of losing their jobs. It lowers compliance costs for taxpayers. I don't have to travel to the tax office. I don't have to spend time there doing an assessment, and increase convenience of compliance. Improved operational efficiency and compliance monitoring, integrated view on taxpayer information and liabilities, real-time access to query and analyze taxpayer records for purposes of assessment or recovery of tax liabilities. Then we have improved data integrity through system audit processes and data control and access protocols. We're going to see the excerpts from a standard system which is enforced and how they built in control and access processes. Integration of multiple service delivery channels with the various modules, dedicated IGRO bank payment gateways with payment modules. We're going to have about 3 vendors speak to us in the course of the day, and some of them will be talking about payment gateways, because that is the end goal, to increase collection. Integration of unique identification number generation function. I spoke about that. When we're doing manual, it is almost impossible to have unique IDs, but if the system is properly defined, each taxpayer will have a unique ID. Then API integration to enable information exchanges with partner agencies, tax agency, and other key stakeholders such as the finance ministry, banks, and others. The system needs to interface with state integrated financial management system. It needs to integrate with BVN, needs to integrate with other sources of identity or revenue sharing partners. So if you do not have the system well defined, you will not be able to have this in an automated manner. So this is an example of an iTax from Kenya that has different access control levels. So for registration of application, you do not require password. Registration of application PIN checker, TCC checker, e-query, withholding tax certificate checker, withholding tax agents checker, application for payment of agency revenue, stamp duty, land rent. However, on the other side, we have secure password required to log in. I beg your pardon. Electronic filing and amending returns, consult taxpayer register, consult taxpayer account ledger, consult tax returns, and so on and so forth, because there's privacy and security required to get to that level. What are the common errors or issues with TAMIS? Procurement is the basis. If you don't get the procurement right, then every other thing will be built on the wrong foundation. How do you go about this? You need to adopt a competitive and transparent procurement method. We at the NGF are available to support you on this. One of the ways you can work against yourself is to go single sourcing, working with only one partner, negotiating with that partner, because you are limited to the experience, the exposure of that partner. But when you throw it open, you have the best in terms of quality and pricing. So procurement error can lead you to dealing with an inexperienced solution provider, procurement of a non-scalable solution, weak contract with no clear delimitation of data ownership, security, privacy clauses, expected deliverables, and milestones. This is very important. What you are buying from the technology vendor is functionality. So it is absurd when a technology provider holds the customer or the IRS in this instance to ransom with the data, saying that they are the owners of the data. They are not the owners of the data. The master data is owned by the IRS. They are just providing the functionality for you to be able to do your work. So you need to get this clear, even at the point of contracting. One of the things that we get wrong also is not engaging consultants. Consultants who are not interested in getting the contract so that they'll be objective. I worked with a state in Nigeria where their annual returns on software on their ERP was $755,000 a year because the contract was not well defined. They were sold what they didn't need in numbers they didn't require. So they needed a Toyota, they were sold a Rolls Royce. They needed 4 units, they were sold 12, 24 units. We had to do an audit for the OEM to accept that they had actually robbed the state, and they had to write off $2.5 million, which was the liability over 3 years. So you need to get a consultant to work with you at the point of procurement and at the point of implementation to make sure that what was agreed to be implemented is being implemented. The next error or challenge is deployment, inadequate requirement gathering. So have you scoped your requirements adequately? Before you even publish the bid, you have to scope your requirements. You have to do your business process review to make sure that you have the right processes in-house and documented with the right flows. Poor business process integration. So where are the handshakes? Are they properly defined? Customization or configuration errors, then mismatch with needs assessment. This needs to be done correctly. I heard one chairman talk about infrastructure. We're going to be looking at, do we need to do stuff on premise or do we need to do things via cloud? Change management issues. This is even the biggest. We have had cases where in the public sector especially, they have a system, a perfect system deployed, but adoption is 0 or very low. So it's like a case of having a Rolls Royce gathering dust in your garage. Nobody's using it. So resistance to change, like I said, people will be afraid that they're going to lose their jobs. Poor ICT capacity and infrastructure to support statewide adoption between IRS. I need to make it clear that when you are digitalizing, it is not just technology. It is about getting your processes right and automating them. So on a deployment project, for instance, you don't need to be looking for IT people. Your tax officers who understand the processes should be there. However, are they IT savvy? Are they technology savvy to understand that technology can help them do their work better? They don't need to be techies. They just need to understand their processes very well and understand technology. So adoption between SRS, HQ, and field area offices, connectivity between the offices, area offices, and the HQ, lack of standard processes, which we have said over and over again. So here we're going to be looking at different types of solutions. There's the custom developed or bespoke, and there's the commercial off the shelf. I will describe it simply. Some of us like to have our suits bespoke because they fit better. You know, you don't have to be adjusting them. And some of us like to just go to a shop and get one off the shelf because it's faster. So a custom developed solution specifically designed for a tax authority to serve its desired need. Common features: customization according to specific requirements, transfer of specialized domain knowledge already built into the existing legacy system. Note, however, that deployment time is longer due to software development space, just like if you contract a tailor to do a bespoke outfit for you. Well suited for division-wide or fragmented applications. Difficulty in practicing version control, guaranteeing availability of update patches to address bugs, often requires longer on-site presence for setup, and module uptake is scalable. Now, I had an experience, my first experience in ERP deployment, where we're in an organization which had siloed systems for different functions. So even HRO had sub-systems. These systems were perfect, but they were not a single source of truth. So my name in one system will be Solomon E. Afun. In another system, it will be Afun, Solomon E. My date of birth will be 8th of April in one. In another one, it will be 08 April. So the systems were not synchronizing. However, they were perfect for each function because they had been designed for those functions. On the other side, we're looking at commercial off-the-shelf. So commercial off-the-shelf, these are standard solutions provided by commercial package producers with already developed and designed models to serve basic taxpayer management function. Upon purchase by the client, they only need to domesticate these or them to serve the need of the client. Other things that customize those colors, data output, and input format, etc. The common features of this, they are tried and tested. Most of these have been certified by ISO, and they are based on best practices. They've been tried over and over again. Here, you are not limited to one provider. So for instance, you are buying a Toyota. Toyota has a lot of dealers or garages around. If you are not happy with one, you can go to the other. That's the advantage of getting something commercial off the shelf. As opposed to just one provider, you're limited to that provider. And if that provider goes out of business, it could be a challenge. Then the source code, they may not want to release to you. No need to redevelop an existing application module. Easier migration to integrated solutions. They normally open their sources for API interface. Then they have a shorter deployment time because it is not being designed from scratch. It's something that is there. There's a benchmark and it's being tweaked to meet your requirements. Customization to client requirements is limited to available domestication offer. However, at a separate cost, they can program out of scope functions. So if you need things that are not basic configuration, they can charge you for this, and it can be an arm and a leg for that. Deployment approaches, we mentioned this earlier, and I'll just take this very carefully. So what we've been doing is on-premise, largely in the public sector. And one of the chairmen here was in the public service where, in a state I worked recently, where the license key for the software had been sent, but the project guy said, no, this is not enough. Can you send us a CD? And a CD had to be sent from South Africa by courier. Not that it was required, but they needed something they could touch and feel. So the challenge we have to overcome is the ribbon cutting syndrome. Most times we don't want to spend so much money without the governor having to come and cut ribbon. We want him to see where the money has gone to, but there are a lot of disadvantages with this, a lot. I can go on and on and on. Power, systems, equipment refresh, 5 or more years down the line, the OEM will stop supporting those equipment. You would have to get new ones. There are so many challenges with on-premise deployment, but let's just go through the slide. So here, the solution provider delivers an on-site IT infrastructure to host the solution, which is managed by the client with agreed support from the provider. Common features, costs associated with managing and maintaining all the solution can run exponentially higher than a cloud computing environment. Setup requires in-house server hardware, software licenses, integration capabilities, and IT employees on hand to support and manage potential issues. Longer deployment timeline, no reliance on external factors. Yet this is an advantage. You don't have to go through the internet. You're just deploying on your wide area network. Upscaling of IT development requires physical upgrade of IT infrastructure. So I'll go to some of my experiences again. I've been in a state where they are deployed, they had a data center that was having equipment that had gone out of support. And the head of IT told me that, Solomon, we can go and buy these things, you know, and just keep them in case of a replacement. But the scenario we were in was like having an antique vehicle. You won't see those parts readily available. So if you want to buy those parts, you'll be paying an arm and a leg. There was the issue of power. These systems, most times, do not need to be powered off at all. They need to run 24/7. And I don't know how many states can afford running 2 sets of diesel, solar, and the rest. So the costs are huge in terms of operations. But talking about cloud, software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, here you have the system offsite and cloud-based. We have different internationally certified data centers that can house your equipment or your software, and you don't have to bother about, they can take the responsibility of actually procuring the equipment while you pay rent on it, and it could be a co-location where different entities share those equipment. So the solution provider delivers an off-site solution, usually web and cloud-based, and the actual physical IT infrastructure is housed off-site with the solution provider. Common features, it allows organizations to pay as needed basis. So you are paying for the space you want, you are paying for the time you're using the resources, and effectively scale up and down depending on overall usage, user requirement, and growth of the organization. Upgrade patches can be communicated remotely for download and installation by the client. There are no capital expenses. Data can be backed up regularly, and organizations only have to pay for the resources they use. Can be deployed in a matter of hours or days. I mean, some of us use Amazon and other cloud services, and you can just configure what you want and pay as you do that. as it is done via the internet, whereby there's no need for a physical server to be in place. So most of us used to have Microsoft perpetual licenses, Office licenses. And because of the cost, most people didn't want to do it. We were always going for hacked versions and the rest. But now with subscription with Microsoft 365, it's convenient. You actually pay on a monthly basis. So compliance is actually encouraged. So I would encourage us to think about going cloud than on-premise. The disadvantages of on-premise are just too many. In one of the states I worked, we had a commissioner for budget who would want to log into the system to approve requests on the system at night. And when he does that, the data center would have been shut down. So he was not able to work during his best times. Then there's also the issue of having power that is not clean, that could damage all the equipment. There's the issue of equipment upgrade in a few years. 5 years, minimum 5 years, your equipment may be going out of support by the manufacturer. So it will be more expensive and risky for you to continue keeping those equipments. Integration opportunities. We've talked about big data. There are several integration opportunities for TAMIs in Nigeria. We have the banks, we have payment platforms, InterSwitch, Flutterwave, Rave, you know, FRS, NIMC, NIPS, FRSC, Customs, VIO, CBN, Lands Ministry, GIS. So what are the key messages for us as tax authorities? We need to assess your automation needs. Not every tax authority is at the same level. So you need to assess your own automation requirements. Depending on resources, scalability desired, and duration of your tax processes from the basic taxpayer management functions, you need to evaluate which fits commercial off-the-shelf or custom developed solution. Then you need to employ a competitive procurement process so that you are getting the best. Ensure a strong contract is put together that secures your right of ownership, security, and privacy of taxpayer data and information that will be recorded or processed through the system. Like I said earlier, the master data belongs to the tax authority. Establish standard processes that support business processes to guide deployment and domestication. If you have not identified your processes or documented them, it will be very difficult for you to deploy or domesticate the solution to your requirements. Ensure system requirements gathering and business process mapping is conducted to avoid deployment errors. So we don't need to walk from the answer to the question. We want to get to where we are automated, but we shouldn't be walking from the end to the beginning. We should start from the basics. Institute change management program and protocol. Who are those likely to resist change? You need to get them on your path and possibly make them advocates or evangelists of the implementation. Sensitize all stakeholders on the new system, internal and external. So even CSOs, users, because users are going to be on the portal to be able to interface with the system. Procure and equip all SRS with the necessary ICT infrastructure to operate the TAMIs optimally. So even where you are operating software as a system, something that doesn't require online deployment, do the tax officers have laptops? Because if they don't have laptops, there's no way they can interface with the system. Do they have internet? It could be something as basic as having modems so that as they are on the go, it could be having tablets. So you don't have to get things that are very expensive. You start from the basic and you scale up as you start seeing the returns on your investment. Train users on the functions, troubleshooting, maintenance of the solution to avoid protracted contracting of the solution provider. You don't want the vendor to be on site forever. There needs to be a period of hand-holding where they can pass the knowledge and the capacity to your staff, and your staff will take control, at least be able to resolve issues on the first level, second level. Train SRS staff on embedded integration with external agencies. I think the mic just went off at the right time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Solomon. Maybe you see close so that. Yes, thank you. I hope we found that as interesting as I did. Yes. It was properly situated so that we can all have that background and necessary knowledge that we need that cuts across the various common issues around technology adoption. Just to add to some of the experiences you mentioned. So I've had to see states on a broader perspective of ICTD deployment, right? And then, I went to the States. I heard so much about the system. I went there. And then there the system was very cool, very nice, we do everything. And then as simple as just doing, I just said, okay, can you present the same data just in PDF? And everybody got stuck. All the guys, system administrators got stuck. And they're telling me that they had to call the vendor all the way in Lagos to help them convert it to PDF and send. Now, this was very strange because I knew that definitely if they understood the basics in terms of backend operation, there is no way they couldn't have just easily converted that. Also, as simple as moving fields around, I've now talked about data processing, because you might want right? So there are ways to, just like on your Microsoft Office, you can activate certain functions and can deactivate them. It's also very similar things to the operations. And also to add to another thing you talked about licensing. I've seen where vendors sell a software, and a typical example and the easiest is Microsoft Office 365, right? And then you walk into this thing, you're talking, oh, there's no IT, this thing, and then you get to the IT project manager and say, oh, we procured 100 365 licenses. And then I'm going around the offices, I can't see systems. Now you procure licenses which expire annually, right? And then there are no systems to use them. Now that is a typical example of matching your needs with what you're procuring. Now a vendor has sold that, he has cashed out, he has moved. So it's very important that we understand the importance of scalability. People should not just sell you things and oh, it can do this and that's it. You need to really dig deep, because in the bigger picture, in the nitty-gritty is where you're able to save costs and domesticate exactly according to your need. So thank you very much, Sima, for that presentation. Well, I'm going to all your technical questions now, since Solomon is still here, so that we can take that. As the usual fashion, like I did the last time, I'd like to request that if you have comments, questions, clarification you seek, just indicate and I'll pass the mic to you. Thank
transaction ID, it goes into the next month. So his claim will be on the total transaction initiated instead of the actual value given. And I've been having a running battle with him, calling me names and whatever, because for me, I always tell him that at the close of business, in last day of business in that month, we just take statistics of what is happening, the actual collection, and we pay him. So we are having that particular issue. Then the second issue is there any standard company who can provide this service that one can actually deploy it? Like I know for enterprise management, we have Oracle that we use to manage a lot of things, but for the tax, is there a particular applications that one can develop a software as a service instead of using local vendors that cannot give him what he wants? And lastly, on the issue of managing the software and also making payment, is there a standard or rule of thumb of how much you are going to pay the vendor or the service provider? Instead of some will ask 10%, some will say 5%, some will say 4%. We feel you can advise on the best way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my name is Justice Okoye, Executive Chairman, Imo State Internal Revenue Service. My question is simple, it's on sustainability. There have been government in the past and that have identified this technology, this tarmac, and successive governments, when they come in, they try to change what the previous government was actually using in terms of technology department. My question is this: how will this technology adoption be able to sustain one government for another government? I'm talking about sustainability over a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions?
Good morning. My name is Tolu Adegbir, Executive Chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service. Permit me to sit down and take 2 minutes of the time. We in Ondo State have done a lot of stuff in terms of technology, and I just want to share the experience with you, and then I'll tell you the headaches, big headache that we have with this technology issue. So we've migrated from manual TCC to electronic tax clearance. I can actually approve from my phone now. You can register for payee. If you're a new company coming to the States, you can register from our website. You can do e-filing, even though by email. We've opened a contact center, manned every minute of the day. We built a new head office, which in terms of ICT is completely wired. There's no wireless. We're wired everywhere, just like a typical bank head office. Took a lot of efforts. Every staff has a computer. Every single staff has a system. Our local, we have 18 local government areas of the state. We deployed ICT there. We used to use MTN HiNet. Now we're changing to broadband in all the local governments. We have land use charge data, which we track by satellites, bill, delete, enumeration, delivery, now payments. You can register for your NTIN from our website. You can even apply for driver's license renewal from our website. We've gone that far. Our headache. After all this technology that we have deployed and all that, we have a population that is mainly agrarian. Access to internet to use all these services, very, very limited. Number one. Number two, the costs of this internet. I'm sure you agree, the cost of a broadband. My head office, we're running on 47 Mbps in terms of internet speed. In each of my stations, we're running on about 4 Mbps in terms of internet speed, because we have to move from HiNet to broadband with dedicated solar power, for them and all that. So there's no disruption. a lot of money goes into it. How this is going to be sustainable on a monthly basis. Now, if you drop in terms of income, you're dead. Everything collapses. Now, we try to create unique ID for every taxpayer, which is the key thing in tracking transactions. You mentioned America and all of that. The way they track all the transactions is back-end through their social security numbers. Here, we created ODT and linked it with NT of the JTB. But the problem is people do not remember this number. And once this number is not tied to a transaction, you have lost the plot. You cannot capture everything that people have done. And now also, and when you now tell them that, look, we've told the banks, if they don't bring their unique ID number, then their unique tax number, don't treat a transaction. They get angry and say, look, we want to pay government, they're asking us to go and bring a number, we can't even remember it and all of that, so it causes confusion. Now, also, second problem at the bank tellers who want to process each transaction as fast as possible. When you even tell, they give you unique ID number, 10 digits, to add that to the already to the transaction is a problem. They just press anything, just so that the transaction can go. So also, you can't track the transactions, can't trace it to the people. Now, after all of this, we now have another big issue. Hosting all your data, because we have different technology running, all the data, all the transactions are in silos. You are using one person for this, you are using somebody else for our land use, hosting it, of course, cloud, somebody else for this, somebody else for that. Now we're thinking we need to put all of this and harmonize that data in one place. Talking to different people and they are saying, no, keep it separate. Or if you harmonize it, if it goes down, what happens? Okay, have physical server, we bought two. I mean, there's a lot of, so how do you tie all of this together with the practical issues we're having? Because I have a technology inclination, so it's easy for me to drive it. But I'm getting to a stage at which, is this technology not even overrated? Considering my circumstances in my state and the level of investment that we have made into the technology. Because of wanting to deploy technology, we changed, when I got there, average age of staff was 52. And we moved out everybody and recruited young people. Our average age now is 32. Just so that to have young people who are savvy. I came here with 2 people. Now my ICTD, I think it's 29. And those are the kind of people we work with, who understand, who are hands-on. But still, you've done so much and you don't seem to be getting, it's a bit frustrating. I don't know. If someone can help me out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope Silma will be a good surgeon. Okay, do we have any more hands up before I push?
Thank you, sir. I think I've forgotten one issue that I want to also raise, and it has to do with the unique identifier that he rightly highlighted. We have the G-TIN, which is going to be tax identification number, and then we have the TIN, the national TIN number that you are all aware. And integrating the two always happen to have a lot of issues surrounding it. So, and most of the time, even though the ICT consultant promised that we are going to be using the GTIN as a unique identifier for our taxpayers, but sometimes when you want to query the system, you hardly get the taxpayer with the GTIN rather than his telephone number. So the primary keys for probing the system and also looking for the information you want is not only a single number. So, and we want you to advise on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just take this one, then you respond, and I'll see if I can get 1 or 2 more comments or contribution from our virtual audience.
Thank you, everybody. Celestina Abara is my name. I'm a state internal revenue service. Please, my little question may be a little bit out of what the last person said. However, it's very important for me to raise this point here. Every time we continue talking about Edo State TIN number, Federal TIN number, Abia TIN number, Anambra TIN number, 36 states in the country, including Federal Capital Territory, different TIN number. Where will we begin? Where do we stop? And this is one entity called Nigeria. I don't think it's wise somebody in Abia who claim to have lived in Sokoto, Lagos, or wherever, I should write them, asking them, what is this man your taxpayer? What happened? It's out of context. Click the record. Since every time we are talking about ICT, click and find where he resided and what is there. That is the only way to go in tax practice and collection. So many of you have gone to other countries. You've seen what is going on. Phase out all these things, create one for the country. Until we go that way, we will continue running around. It looks to us the system is not working. The system is working, but we're operating it differently. That is the issue. Why not face, okay, now we've started again, NIMSI. We also have voters number. We also have, which one do we say? Which one do we leave? Tomorrow we will continue. Why I'm saying this is NGF forum. We want to make things better for us. So that governors, when they go to executive council, can raise this issue. Help us to solve the problem. If all the states generate average revenue of 50 to 100 billion on monthly basis, federal allocation will have less stress. Things will work better for us. That is one. My opinion from Abia, let's create one so that somebody who is in Sokoto, even if you committed tax fraud, we can easily see you. Then inform the Sokoto man, handle him, please. It's over. Again, FIRS to us is with JTB is just like an umbrella sheltering us in tax matters. I wonder why these two bodies will be there every time. Laws will be made. They don't consider smaller states. Then tax laws will be reviewed or amended. They are looking at higher states with higher revenues. And when that is passed, the lower states continue going down. Look at the Finance Act that just came out. 30,000 naira pay, no tax from there down. All employers individual employers in Nigeria pay 15, 20, 25, 30,000. Good. At the end of the month, some states rake from that low amount, 100 million, 200 million. Overnight, they turned it and said, don't pay. 100 to 300 million off from state account. And these people you are saying 30,000 don't pay, are adults. You are telling them don't contribute anything to the development of your state. And the age bracket of these people are too huge in the system. Please extend this to the governors, to executive NEC. Let them look into this problem. How will they look at it? If they feel they have much sympathy on these people, let them use lower percentage on that income so that we don't lose everything entirely. I tell you, some states don't have one single multinational corporation. So highest PAYE in those states could be 5 million for some companies, 10 million. How can they get billion in a month? It's wrecking these small things. We say, don't pay. If you are here in Abuja, you'll be deceived about the environment in this country. travel out and see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Soma, we'll have you respond, and then we'll take one or two questions or comments from the virtual participants.
Thank you very much. I'll start with Gombe. I think one of the issues that comes to my mind here is conflict of interest with the contractor, because it's not just providing technology service, it's also connected with the collection. So you may have to consider a review of his contract. I think if he knows what he stands to lose at the end of the day, he would play ball. The state I mentioned that was owing their software provider $2.5 million. The software provider insisted that it was a perpetual contract and as such couldn't be reviewed. The state was in a dilemma. Luckily, the World Bank was funding the upgrade of the software, and the World Bank told them that, okay, tell them to sue you, and you will countersue them for fraud because they deceived the state. They sold the state licenses they didn't need, numbers of licenses they didn't need, and also at the time they were charging the state for annual support. The state servers were not connected to the internet, so how were the updates and patches being applied? So that was why after some time they had to write off the $2.5 million. So you need to have that frank discussion with him and have your attorney general in that meeting. That contract needs to be reviewed. I know that rule of the thumb, payment for annual licensing or annual support is about 12.5% of the license cost initially, but it's not cast in stone. Everything is based on negotiation. Then we are agnostic. We do not project any vendor per se. That is why we're going to have about 3 vendors speak to you after this session. But one of the things you need to get right is your bid document. Once your bid document adequately captures your requirements, then half of the problem is solved, because it will only take a provider that can meet those requirements to service you, not just anybody. So it's not a matter of recommending somebody. One of the traps we as Nigerians fall into is that we have very strong brand loyalty. So somebody will tell you that if it's not Panadol, I'm not taking any other type of paracetamol. And most times it's Panadol that has been faked because they know that people prefer Panadol. So we need to get the basics right. The bid document would help you a long way. I think that's one for Gombe. Then Imo, we talked about sustainability. Well, if we want to respect contracts, I think we should be able to sustain our obligations, because when we want to change from one deployment to another, we're actually breaching a contract. So by the time a vendor takes the state to court and wins against the state, maybe we'll start learning our lessons. So the fundamental of sustainability is contract obligation. We have obligation to a contract. We have to keep it. Is that contract still valid? Is it still running? Then for Ondo, yeah, I sympathize with you. One of my common statements in life is keep it short, simple. At times I say keep it simple, stupid. Not criticizing what you've done, but there's something that Ondo has done in the reverse, which I passed a note to Rajul about. We are also talking about land tax and the rest. And one of the things your colleague in the land authorities did was that they used simple and free technology, use Google Maps to do GIS and the rest. They didn't have to pay for proprietary software. You know, it was free of charge, and from that they can scale up. Talking about the agrarian taxpayer base,
I don't know if you've thought of things like USSD for tax payment, even POS. Those are simple technologies that you can use to get the non-internet based customers. Okay. Then I think somebody talked about querying the unique ID. You could use name. You could query from names, although you have similar names, but of course, if you have Lagbaja's middle name could be Genesis, Ibrahim, and the rest. I see a lot of chairmen disapproving of that. Then harmonizing data. I think it's important. Having silos would not help you in the long run. So you could think of migrating this data, even if the vendors want to host them, you could have a mirror as disaster recovery, where all the various points are harmonized, and it could be offsite. It doesn't have to be in your location. So you could have provider A solution, disaster recovery, with a disaster recovery provider, have all of them warehoused there so that you have a replication of the disparate systems that you have. Then 4, Abia, talking about single tin source for all the states. I have a friend and colleague who managed a project under JTB for this some years back, and she's very pained that billions of naira was spent on this and is not being utilized. Perhaps we could go back and see if that can be reactivated. Then the tax experts will talk about the payee bracket that has been excluded and how we can have progressive tax, not just excluding some people totally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Solomon. I'll start from the last. On the issue of the Finance Act, I think efforts are being made to ensure that going forward, states are actually more involved. And I think having a very frank discussions, aside from NGF, I think that is also the reason why the JTB is there, right? There are some frank conversations and frank engagement that will also be pushed through a strong association as such as the JTB body. What I'm sure of is that going forward, I think note has been taken, because even at your principals levels, they also shared concern regarding this. And I think the point is taken, and this will be addressed. If you remember, even at our last peer learning, we were all seated here, and we had agreed and said, you know what, as a matter of fact, we'll just do another event immediately to look closely at Finance Act, and then just for us to realize that Finance Act will be passed the next day. So I think these are lessons for all of us, and we'll definitely take it on board. I'd like to add some points to what Solomon said about sustainability, and I speak from experience of what I've seen in states. Beyond even administration, even the way the agenda is continuing, I've seen such a state where I've had a beautiful IFMIS and all of that. And guess what? They didn't budget for the subscription for the following year. As simple as that. Where would you get the money? They never did. Throughout the appropriation process, it was never done. So there was already a threat to continuity, and there was already a guarantee of owing the vendor at least until the supplementary budget is passed. So as simple as ensuring that you know your, and I think a strong point again is, it must be clear when you talk about contract being clear. Milestone payments must be clear from the beginning. You don't want to start, that's why you start having new stories in between with vendors. But if you're clear from the beginning, as the project plan is clear, the deliverables are clear, the milestone payments are clear, it makes the conversation easier. So it's not just even at the point of the change in government and all of that. Then the issue with Gombe, you talked about, I think one of the key things missing, I don't know if, because it sounds like you only know what comes in at the end of the period when the vendor now brings the statement or something. I don't know if you do you see actual real time? Yeah, so it makes your case clear because it's a case of a financial statement versus everything. Because if you're clear on what you're in and the contract says a percentage of, I mean, you need to look at your contract terms again and the language. That's another thing. And that's why you need to always ensure that you carry your Ministry of Justice or the experts along, because contract is also about language. Approval and asset and consent can be explained differently. So you need to be sure and carry. So I think the matter of a legal issue, you need to look at it and look at what levers you can pull and what exactly is rightfully your demand and your rights. We talked about the issue of unique ID, about the fact that some banks cannot process because it's 10 digits. I think those are things that we can look into more. But I will advise, I think you can set up a kind of suspense process, whereby afterwards it can then be reconciled. Maybe in such very extreme cases, right? The phone number can be used or something that can then be used to pull up their full record, something that guarantees you the actual full record. I think broadly so, a lot of Nigerians have means than they were, and you also have BPN, and then even telcos are not integrating. And if this goes well, whether you have phone number, you have to be able to pull the actual full records of yeah. So yeah. So yes, so thank you very much. I'll try to still go into more details as we go along during the session, try and see some of the things we can identify. But it, I commend the Ondo IRS for the work that we've done, because I know we'll be following their progress, and I also know a number of states here that also do very beautiful things, but they are not saying it. But so I encourage all of us to please continue, but also be wary and take cognizance of some of these points I will raise today. I've just been made aware by my colleague that we're approaching prayer time. And then we would like to ask if you want us to go on our break now, or we push it and continue. So we need to know and consult with you on how you want it. We can move the break forward and have it now so that you can have make your prayers and also have your break. So if we can take a quick consensus. Is that fine by all? Okay, do we have any objection? Maybe I should put it that way. So if you don't say that, means there's no objection. Do we have any objection? Okay, thank you very much. So I'll have my colleagues just prompt me once we get to 2:30. So I would like to quickly go to our online audience. If you could please just push up the participants panel, the participant list. Yes. So I have a question from Plateau. So Plateau Chairman, please can I mute to speak and ask your question? Thank you. Plateau. Also, cannot make bigger so that I can see more people. Plateau, Chairman. Okay, do we have any other person in the audience, virtual audience or participants that want to ask questions or make contribution? Okay, someone said we cannot unmute.
Hello?
So.
Hello?
Okay, yes, we can hear you now, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Just to appreciate all the discussions and all the contributions that has been put on this meeting, and most have been talked about. I think the primary thing that is there that is needed much more is for us to have that unique data as a country, and about the identifications that many other chairmen have mentioned. If that is centralized, I think it will score us high as a country, and other states will take benefit of having taxpayers that are moving from one state to the other, and a lot of things that have been said. I think I concur with that, and we just need also for us to work as a country within the umbrella of our JTB and the Nigerian Governance Forum and the Ministry of Finance as regards some policies that always come up. So we need that. So I thank you very much. I don't need to repeat most of the things that were discussed already. So thank you. Just to lend my voice also on this discussion.
Thank you very
very much, Chair. I'll just take some very quick comments in the chat box. Someone said, I have from Ogene Esumomo. Yes, my question is, should there not be multi-layered approach to big data for tax administration? Should there not be segregated data collected for the informal sector so that the POS and USD can be better optimized? As highlighted, should the focus not be on integrating this platform as part of the multi-layered approach? If I get it right, I think the point is to say that for those ones that actually run a unique ID to run the system might be difficult. You might want to separate the management of that for now away from the system, and then till you get it right and they're able to migrate them. I think that's the whole point of, in terms of not, if I get right, taking it one step at a time. You have some people who can really fit into the electronic system very fast, but why don't you start with some bit of semi-automated process for those very remote areas, as I will put it, whereby then you probably have to still have some job management and converting them or bring them over time, so that because that will buy you time, so you have to probably move fiber optics and all of that. I know the NCC, for example, is trying to do something like that with the state governors and that. So yes. I also have a comment from Dr. Makabani, who also is working with the federal government on the Finance Act that happened the last time. Yeah, Dr. Mark, please go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the well-articulated position on the Finance Act and the impact it has on states, specifically on the under 30,000 exemption. Some of these things can be looked at again, but to make sure that we can have an impact on and data to convince it, please, can I ask all of the states to articulate in Naira and Kobo the exact impact of the 30,000 Naira exclusion for PAYE. Without those facts, it will just continue to remain a general complaint, and it will be very difficult to have it amended or upturned. So not only do you need to say and also factor in any discounts this year for COVID-19, but you need to be able to clearly articulate that 80% of our PAYE came from X percent of our taxpayers, and the amount of money we're getting is now less this amount. It needs to be articulated, because the Finance Act going forward, we're hoping there will be far more consultation before the fact, but those consultations will not carry weight unless there are facts and figures behind them. And where there are facts and figures, nobody will argue with those ones. So please, let's help ourselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Mark. Do we have any more questions in the chat by any chance, David? Or we're good? Okay. Yeah. Sorry? Okay, go ahead, please. Just very quick, 1 minute, because we're past our time. Yeah.
Dr. Mark Abani, good day. We have these issues also coming up, the issue of right-of-way. The communication minister has been pursuing the state governors to reduce the amount collected, chargeable on the use of right-of-way from 60,000, 30,000, 3,000, depending on the state, a particular state legislation. Now the issue is they want to reduce this amount to 145 naira per linear meter. And the state governments are the one that will suffer a lot when this thing is implemented. And what are we doing? We are only putting more capital or more resources into the hands of the telecom operators, because whether we like it or not, giving them easy access will not change anything. When we are talking about internet penetration, it is already there. So these people have been doing it elsewhere, and the cost of right-of-way has been high. Why is it that we are canvassing for low in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That again is a common point, and one that, may I ask the Joint Tax Board, as part of your meetings, to again come up with facts and figures behind all of these things, and for us to make impacts, we need facts and figures. So show what the differences are and where the revenue losses are. It's not just enough to state it, you must prove it in order to gain traction. But it's a very good point.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think there's a general point to pass, and I think this is something to also look in.
in our IRSs, like our legal secretaries, there needs to be a conscious effort to also take interest in laws that are passed, because some of them have impact. For example, I know in the current PIB that is undergoing this thing has some references to right of way itself. I don't know how much of the IRSs or at the JTB level this has been looked at, because then you might then be caught up and then you just see a law has been passed and then the impacts are not considered. They actually give rights to the various new agencies that are coming up to actually waive rights and a number of things. So we need to look at that and also track other legal frameworks that are coming up in the country so that you can keep up and also address them early on before they become an issue or before they actually of disinterest of negative implications to you. So thank you very much. I would like to go into the next presentation immediately. Do I have Titilayo Adeomi on from SAP? Titilayo?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining. I believe you'll be presenting for SAP?
Yes, myself and Hannes.
Oh, Vanet, okay. Okay, so we'll be having a presentation that looks at revenue management systems around assessment, collection, assurance, basically looking at how to transforming from end-to-end processes through technology to improve taxpayer experience. So over to you, Titila. You can put up, share your slides and proceed. Thank you.
Oh, I believe NGF should have our slides.
Okay, we can put it up for you.
Thank you.
And that's fine. Let me just take a minute to do that. IT.
But certainly, thank you for having us while we pull up the slides. It's been a very engaging session. I know some of the state governments have been speaking to SAP in the past, and we've done some customer visits. So they do understand, how our technology can certainly assist in the tax and revenue management system. So I'll just wait for the presentation to be brought up.
Just as point of note, we'll be sharing all the presentations with you. And if you want to have any further consultation with us, always know that we're available and we'll be happy to help or channel your request accordingly. For those that have bothered on speaking with our principals, the governors will also do our bit to ensure your message gets to them also. Yes, so
thank you. I do see it. We just put it in presentation mode.
Yes.
Fantastic. So essentially, once again, thank you. And my name is Titilayo Adeomi, and I'm the Regional Sales Director for SAP West Africa based in Lagos. And I will be presenting with my colleague, Hannes Venter. And in the next 15 minutes or so, we're just going to talk about our customers' tax journeys. But first, I just want to take a quick overview of how we at SAP see governments today and some of the trends that we have previously talked about that's really pushing us to have an improved taxation system. Okay, so you can just go to the next slide. So essentially at SAP, we like to say that government has a timeless mission. And the timeless mission is made up of 3 parts. The first is that we see that government is meant to provide services for all its citizens. So healthcare, infrastructure. Oh, let's just go back. No, go back. There, perfect. You just stay on this slide. So that's the first part is really providing services to the citizens. And the second part is to ensure that everyone is safe and that the government can protect the community. Now, the last part of the mission is to help the economy prosper. And one of the ways that government can do that is that they can use the income stream of taxes to be able to provide services as a part of mission 1, and they can also use the income stream to provide protection as a part of mission 2. But if you don't have citizens or organizations that can pay taxes, it will be hard for the economy to prosper. And at the same time, if a state is riddled with insecurity or a country is at war, it'll also be difficult to collect taxes and fulfill the 3rd mission. So these three missions are really linked together, and the more income that's generated from tax collection, the more governments can really use it to provide for services and protection for its residents. So one of the reasons why SAP has been invited to speak to you today is that we've been able to use our technology and almost 50 years of experience to help governments provide technology as a backbone to help with any of these three missions. Even though we are the market leader in ERP software, we're also the most used commercial off-the-shelf tax and revenue management solution in the world. And this is something that Solomon, talked about the differences between customized and commercial off-the-shelf. So we are commercial off-the-shelf, and we really help our customers with different spectrums of maturity. Please, next slide. I'll just talk about the market trends. And in the next slide, we really talked about it in a couple of presentations as well. But these are the 4 key trends that we see in Nigeria that's really propelling the need to have a better tax and revenue management system. And I think we should really take the speed at which the pandemic is forcing all of us to really improve and automate our processes as a positive sign to really advance Nigeria's tax administration. So the first is, of course, governance and compliance. I think one of the responders talked about, is it a matter of having more resources? I don't think we necessarily need more hands, but we just need better hands. We know there are gaps in the system, from registration to collection to assessment, and there are lots of leakages. And these leakages is potential revenue, or not potential revenue, it is revenue that the government needs to prosper the economy as part of Mission 3. So we also need proper tax education for both the staff, the administrators of the system, and also the citizens, so that we get a higher rate of compliance. There's no point putting all this money into a system, and then if we aren't properly equipped and trained, it's just money down the drain. The next point is really competition of scarce resources. And this was really highlighted during the message from the executive chairman of FIRS. So I won't really go into too much detail, but really, states should use tax as an avenue, and we haven't really adequately explored how we can use it. And with oil prices crashing, this is another income that can really increase IGR. The third trend is instability and uncertainty. And now with the explosion of the virus, we really need to contain the virus, and this has led to economic cost. Nigeria is still adjusting, and we're still navigating through the pandemic. And with reduction of income from taxes, those that were able to pay taxes maybe 2 years ago or last year may not be able to do so this year. So if Nigeria is confronted with another unforeseen event, tax collection system can really help alleviate some of the budgetary pressures from the economy. And the last trend is enabling technology adoption. And we've seen a huge growth in technology and digital adoption, especially in our public services. I mean, a clear example is how we're gathered here today. In the past, we could never have representatives from Bauchi, Lagos, Abuja, all in one forum and speaking on such relevant topics. So we really need to see the uptake of electronic taxation systems and really, ride on that. Lagos State, Mr. Rashid, I really want to commend what you guys are doing with your electronic taxation system. But, we do need to incorporate a lot of technology adoption. So in a nutshell, these are 4 trends that are reasons why states should really not wait a year, 2 years, or even 3 years to get the ball rolling. We really need to reap the benefits of a digital tax administration system. And it really doesn't matter which tax type you choose to start with. The good thing about the SAP system is that once you've laid the foundation down and you select at least one tax type to start with, it's easier to add the different tax types to the system, and you've done about 40% of the work. So the next slide, if you just quickly go to it, is just to show very high level some of the customers that we have globally. We do manage all tax types, like I mentioned, and there's even a dedicated business unit that focuses specifically on tax and revenue management. We have over 50 customers that are live references. We have over 300 customers that are using our solution in one form or another. There's really no one size that fits all. We've mentioned that over and over again. And you know, we really just need to take a look at the different tax types that you do want to start with. It could be personal income, VAT, customs, or excise tax. And then we really just, you know, put a plan in place, put the processes in place, and put the adequate training in place as well. I know a lot of this we talked about is it's financing. Where do we get the money from? It's great that World Bank is on this call today. And you can also speak to some of our customers to say, how did you get started? But really the system is as simple and flexible or as elaborate as you need it to be. And I'll quickly hand over to my colleague Hannes, who's going to discuss in more detail about how our customers are really using the technology and in what form. So Hannes, over to you.
Thank you, Titilayo. Right, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Titilayo said is Hannes Venter. I'm an industry advisor at SAP, focusing on tax and revenue management and utilities. I have been working for SAP for the past 22 years. And during my career, I've had the opportunity to spend a lot of time with many different organizations. Actually, I also spent 5 months of my career in Nigeria, supporting one of the banks as a consultant. Working with tax authorities specifically, my first engagement was around about 2001. And in 2010 until 2014, I was actually asked by SAP to head up our tax and revenue management division based in Germany. I'm back in South Africa now and happy to support our African customers. Next slide, please. So what SAP provides to customers is really a tax and revenue management platform. And it's a commercial off-the-shelf solution. And many of our customers are using this platform to manage all kinds of revenue, be that taxes, revenues, services, fees, fines, or penalties. What I will be doing today in our discussion is to give you a little bit of insight on the approaches that different customers have taken. Because one thing I think if this comes out of my presentation, I would feel happy. The first thing is it can be done. But the question is, how should it be done? Now, I'd like to also just mention that my presentation absolutely builds on the information that you have already been receiving today. Next slide, please. Now, there are two main components that are making it possible for our customers to use one single revenue platform for all revenues and taxes. Firstly, you need a very robust sub-ledger accounting platform where you can manage customers or taxpayer accounts. Now, SAP's financial contract accounting solution is probably the most used platform around the world today. It manages more than 1 billion customer accounts. Many of you at this conference today may actually have used this platform without even knowing it. When last did you buy something from the Apple or Microsoft App Store? If you did, your billing and accounting would have been managed by the SAP financial contract accounting engine in the back end. The next very important component that allows us to manage different types of revenue on the same platform is the SAP Business Rules Framework. In the tax environment, as an example, it validates registration forms, and during the filing and returns processing, it validates the forms, check for compliance, and finally calculates the financial liabilities. Next slide, please. With these two components in place, we can now extend it to different business processes. So in the case of tax, we can build on a platform to manage the taxpayer lifecycle end to end. And we can easily extend the platform to ensure compliance as a topic and improve taxpayer interaction. Next slide, please. It is therefore not surprising that many tax authorities around the world is using SAP to support them in managing different tax types. I will be sharing some examples with you today, but later this afternoon, Mauritius Revenue Authority will take you on their journey. Next slide, please. But the question comes, what is the best approach for implementing such a tax platform? Now, you would think that the answer is big bang or a phased approach. Unfortunately, the answer is not always that straightforward and differs from tax authority to tax authority. In some cases, like in the Middle East, where there was a sudden need to implement a VAT solution, that was their focus. In other areas, they wanted to start with several smaller tax types at the same time. Next slide, please. In general, though, it is true that many of our customers adopt a phased approach as it is a lower risk approach. But what we are seeing is that the customers typically starts with individual tax types, followed by corporate tax types. I think it would be fair to say that most of our customers actually started with VAT. The way that you do the phased approach would be to build the baseline with the first tax type that you implement. During this build, the core and cross tax type functionalities in the core solution will be built. So registration, how you do registration is built, returns processing built, the financials, how the structure of financials is set up. All of that is built within the baseline. Next slide, please. Can you do the next one as well? Just build it. Thank you. This approach allows tax and revenue authorities to gain lots of savings in the following phases. If you look at this slide, you see the typical project effort involved during each phase of the project. Once you've laid the baseline, you can expect a potential saving of up to 43% in cost, time, and effort. We have customers today who are able to implement new tax types in weeks, not months or years. Now, Titilayo has already shown you some of our reference customers around the world. I will be focusing on the different approaches that our customers have taken during their tax transformation programs. I will provide you with some information about HMRC, Florida Department of Revenue, first from Slovenia, Bahrain, South African Revenue Services. I'll also take you quickly through the approach of City of Cape Town and some of the benefits they achieved. And then lastly, we'll look at a State Revenue Office in Queensland, Australia. I am unfortunately restricted in terms of how much I can tell you about these organizations, but today I will share with you their approaches on how to implement
Anes, are you still with us? Pastor, can you confirm if Anes is still on? Thank you. But Titilayo, if you're on, if you could, I don't know if you want to take over, because it seems we lost Anes. Titilayo, are you on? Can you confirm they're not on? They're not. Okay. All right. We would hopefully come back to that. Anes, can you hear me now? Because we lost you for a bit.
Just give the few seconds. I'm trying to bring him back through my system.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So that's all evidence that there's no technology without some bit of drawback. But how we manage it is what matters. Yes. Okay, maybe what we'll do, if we don't have him on now, we'll perhaps have to come back.
He's back.
Yeah.
He's back. Sorry. Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you. Can I have confirmation from him? Ernest, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay. Shall I proceed?
All right, Ernest. Thanks.
Right, so if you can just move to the next slide, please.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
I think we'll have to come back for SAP. Okay, so don't worry, unless we'll perhaps have to come back to you because we have to move on because of time. We'll come back to take the rest. Can I have Mr. Wumi come up for his presentation? He's the Managing Director of Crown Interactive Limited. Basi, if you could step this down and help with me. From the power sector and also in the tax sector. I'll be trying to link both so that we can talk about learnings from the sector, moving from cash to less cash to cashless, protecting the revenue, promoting a collaboration framework. ERS, we were involved in ERS on automation of direct assessment. The business support system, enabling revenue assurance, enforcing, and then automating your workflow for monitoring. So I am going to, this is not responding. Where should I say so?
Very fine.
Sorry, just a moment. Or you can control it for me. You can just go to the next slide. Yes. All right, so just, a little bit about us. We're an indigenous software company. Somehow, I don't want to say I've been unfortunate or fortunate. For every big meeting I've been to, whether it's with NEC, with the power sector regulator,
or in different audiences where I've been given a privileged opportunity, I'm always being put after a big player, like an SAP or an Oracle or Siemens. So it's always very intimidating because the first things they say when they present is 15 out of 15 companies in the world use Oracle, or 10 out of the top 10 companies in the world for that service use SAP. So you then look at how does an indigenous smaller player come and speak after them? It's can be very daunting sometimes. But what did we have to do as a Nigerian software organization? We made sure that for us to have a voice at the table, we must at least go and get our ISO certification also and things like that, that make us stand out and say, at least we should also be heard. Because I heard one of the chairmen talk about providers and, maybe Nigerian providers can't provide stuff and they need to go for it. But anyway, I greet all of you, distinguished chairmen of the IRSs, various IRSs in the country. It's an honor to be here. So from a Crown Interactive's perspective, just a little bit about us. We started operations in Nigeria in 2012. It is 100% our technology. We do quite a bit in the power sector and a little bit in the IRS space. But what I really want to do today, next slide please, is to, next slide, draw some, comparison between the power sector, where the product is electricity, and the tax areas and the IRS, where the product is taxes, levies, and penalties. So for us in the electricity business, our customer segment, of course, is residential low demand customers, residential higher demand customers, commercial low demand, commercial high demand, industrial customers. From the IRS perspective, self-employed, high net worth individuals, small enterprise, mid-sized enterprise, large enterprise. However, we have the same problem. Problem statement on the electricity side, there's the perception of not receiving service. So people do not want to pay. They want to consume electricity without paying. Paying customers want to pay for less than they have consumed, and not all payments make it to the coffers. Imagine it's the exact same thing that you have running your IRS organization. Perception of people not receiving service, so they do not want to pay tax. Or they want to earn money without paying, or they want to pay less than they have earned. And not all payments probably make it to the coffers. So we have very, very similar problems. I'm sure you all will agree with me that there's very similar problems we have in the power sector and in the IRS. Next slide. So what did we do for business transformation in the power sector? And you will see that it's similar, it's the same framework. Enumeration, that's reconfirming the customer base, what data should be removed, and where are the consumers which we're losing money from. So I imagine that same thing. There are businesses that existed in your database that you were generating revenue from before, and those businesses don't exist anymore, and you're probably still billing, and there's nobody to collect those monies from. Therefore, it's even harder for you to plan. Assessment. Discover and agree on the category the customer should be billed on. Billing. Bill efficiently, accurately, and timely. Collections. Collect efficiently, timely, and completely. Receipting. Receipt on all collections and invalidate all receipts not traced to collections. I mean, in the power sector, you will see people with receipts. But if you validate those receipts, you know that those monies were never collected, those bills were never paid, but they have receipts. So at the end of the day, if all you do is see the receipt and say, oh yes, you're fine, and not validate the receipts back through to the collection, then there's revenue loss. Reconciliation. I think it was the chairman of Gombe that was talking about the reconciliation issues. Ensure all collections are traceable to the bank. It's quite interesting when you use electronic payments, where the transaction is T+1. In some cases, it's T+2, T+3, T+4. How do you actually reconcile those revenues? And I think Mr. Solomon gave a very good example. The challenge we have sometimes is that you are using a single provider who's responsible for collections and is responsible for revenue assurance. Whereas revenue assurance should be part of your system. And then you can use any collection provider, but with a single entry in. But I'll show how we did that also in the power sector and how we relate it to the IRS. And then SLA reporting. Ensure all communications internally and externally are responded to timely. Someone says, the IRS just want to collect and collect and collect. But if I can't raise an issue, if I cannot complain about something and somebody responds to me on time, why should I pay? So SLAs around that whole back office, I think it was Solomon that talked about workflow automation. We found this very, very important when it comes to business transformation. And we had to tackle that also in the power sector. And then enforcement. Enforce transparently and monitor the results. Enforce transparency and monitor the results. I mean, the fact is that when we want to enforce, we found out in the power sector that there were people who were enforcing, but were not necessarily representing the distribution company. Therefore, you have people enforcing, collecting, and somehow payments are being moved. That's why you have wrong receipting. So if you cannot enforce transparently where people can actually validate that this is even really from the IRS or this is also from the DISCO, then there's also a challenge. Next slide. So what did we do? Of course, there's a whole thing about protecting the money and looking at the money, and therefore you've got different payment channels. Payment on the web, payment at the bank, payment by POS, payment at the ATM, payment by USSD, bank transfers and all that. But the fact of the matter is that all payments, in our opinion, to assure the revenue, we needed to separate the collection channel, the collection partner, from actually your revenue assurance platform. Therefore, we know that anybody who is paying, they are actually paying for an invoice or they are paying for something, and they got the identifier. I know there was a challenge about using the identifier, but we'll get to that when that time comes in the series of questions so that I could just rush through it. But whatever channel you're using, it's important to have a single transparent view for all monies. And that single transparent view, in our opinion, should not be by a payment service provider. It should be by a technology layer that does that whole revenue assurance for you. So we say validate, notify, and reconcile. Because in payments, most of the time, they've automated validated the payer ID, I notified you that I have collected the money. But reconciliation is a challenge. Now you know what happens in payments. I can take so many payments in the course of the day, but when I notify you, or when I settle you and I settle to the bank, is one big payment. But it's for so many payments in the course of the day. When I settle you less my transaction fee, or depending on the payment channel is. So that notification that you get, or your reconciliation, your settlement notifications that you get, who is actually validating it against what is in the bank? Because like we said, there is one thing to have money in the bank, it's one thing to actually do the validation and the notification. So what we did in the power sector, or with the DISCO, was to say, right, we know that collection channels have various transaction fees depending on the channel. So that single transaction point, that single revenue point, the revenue assurance platform, is what calculates all the transaction fees for all the customers that were paid and what the settlement is expected from that channel partner and how much exactly is in the bank. So the system is also integrated with the bank. It's integrated with your real-time bank balance, your deposits to the bank from that collection partner. So you can see exactly how much he should have paid and how much he settled into the bank. And you can easily see the report on the revenue assurance platform. So something like that would be very, very good for you to actually see through. But the challenge is that many times, because we are depending on one collection partner, whether it's InterSwitch or Remitter or whoever it is, it can then become a challenge. But that real-time integration with your bank, with the payment platform, with your tax platform is very, very important. Now, of course, same thing, you have different partners that are helping you do what needs to be done, whether they're enumeration partners, collection partners, or enforcement partners. The ability to collaborate with all these partners transparently is actually also very important. Just quickly, as an example of one of the major customers in the distribution space that we work with, we had this move from cash to less cash to cashless because we couldn't go straight away and say, hey, we're not collecting cash anymore. But what did we see happen? So yes, this is just some statistics as of end of December 2020, where there's about 97% of transactions coming through payment platforms, only 0.12% coming through cash, and then 3% using the POS. However, it was important to make sure that we had a workflow or a reporting platform, that customers, or in your case, citizens, could actually notify if they had issues, if they felt their receipt wasn't correct, if they felt that the money they had paid was not being reflected against their account, whatever it was that they felt. So you can see that in the course of January through to December, of course, around the March, April time, you could see that the complaints on the payment channels were slightly higher because of the pandemic, but it came back down and we ended up with, if you look at October, November, December, complaints on those channels were down to 2-3-4%. So you give the customers or the citizens the opportunity to also engage back or to whistleblow, because you must follow the money. So, and I want to link that learning to the IRS. And we say it's important to look at it from a collaboration framework perspective. So of course, you've got your revenue generating entities, your technology, your partners who are service providers or enforcement partners, and then the citizens who are the people who pay the taxes, the levies, and the penalties. Now, I know that in some states, the government has tried to enable also the local government at the local government level, because the fact of the matter is that IRS is where the government succeeds in generating their revenue to run government. So it's very difficult to turn our eyes and say IRS is just to tax. My view from outside the IRS is how much can the IRS influence the opportunity for government to also help enable the other revenue generating entities so that they can generate revenue, and they also need automation so that they can generate revenue that the IRS can then begin to tax even more and increase revenue. Excellent. So this is just, so for example, with Edo State, in my opinion, have a fantastic ecosystem that they've done. I know that the Edo State chairman will be speaking later on, but they've done a service-oriented architecture, which is brilliant. Everything is automated. We were just involved in the direct assessment tax engine. But we could see, so I'm not going to be able to show you exact figures, but we could see that from when they implemented, you can go to the next slide. From when they implemented, based on our relationship with them, the next slide, they've been able to grow their revenue. This is revenue from a direct assessment perspective, so I can only talk in percentages and not exact figures. The chairman can do that, but in percentages, month on month, they've actually done, I mean, they had other, it wasn't just automation. They had other things they did around transformation that has helped them drive their revenue in terms of the threshold. I know this because of the threshold before automation that was set with the different revenue service providers and the increase, because our revenue in that partnership is based on a percentage of the increase. So we automatically know that from when they started to now, there has been increase, and they still believe that we can do much better as we automate. But I'd also be able to tell you a little bit from our perspective as for lessons learned. Next slide, please. So lessons learned. I group it into 3 aspects. Collaborate. So the feedback from EIS to the revenue service providers was that we definitely could do more if we collaborated a bit better, right? It's an increase in collaboration between the ISPs and the IRS, increased collaboration between government agencies and the IRS, increased collaboration between large utilities and the IRS. For example, in the beginning, I gave the link between the customer base in a distribution company versus the customer base or the citizens base in the IRS. So more and more of these kind of relationships could probably help. Increased transparency. So there was from an RSP's perspective, a revenue service provider's perspective, there was a general wrong perception of inadequate transparency as to what was truly happening in the response of citizens to some of the initiatives. But you can see I said general wrong perception, right? So the EIS resolved to have better and more frequent engagements with the ISPs in order to build trust and resolve any issues of concern at any time. So I know that Solomon talked about the sanctity of contracts and stuff like that. So it's really about engaging the collaborating partners so that it's a win-win for everybody. And of course, rewards. Nothing motivates a partner to help achieve more than when the reward for their efforts are given. So for us, somebody once asked a question about what about the political will sometimes as you begin to automate some of these things, what about the political will? What happens? And so I say this, that is important to separate technology from the actual doing. In what sense? I think there was a framework. I'm rounding up with this. There was a framework around what happened in Lagos with PSPs and Visionscape, right? So Visionscape in the utility space, massive idea, brilliant and all whatnot. But the challenge was, if you look at this framework, it has your different tax revenue streams separated from the technology and capability platform, separated from who the enumerators are, who the collection partners are, who the enforcers are. So you don't merge, in my opinion, you don't necessarily merge technology with the partners. So if I use the use case of Visionscape, if Visionscape came and provided the layer which the PSPs could not provide. So they provided the CRM, they provided the call center, they provided the automation workflow and all that, but still allowed the PSPs, but manage that workflow, the results would probably have been better. So we must be able to support government, support the IRS in providing the right framework in the way that enables the political will. Final slide. So, okay, I've touched this already, but I've said that, okay. So in terms of enforcing, this slide just talks about, so you've got your tax system quite all right. How do you manage from the collections in, the whole automation around that, something we call dunning, where at the end of the day, because of what you know about the taxpayer, and when you think the anniversary should be for collections, the system is listening. And if that money doesn't come in by that time, it's automatically sending a reminder. So that way, 1 month to the time, 3 weeks to the time, depending on the revenue service, whether it's one that is monthly or yearly, the dunning system should send out a reminder because the system knows that it should be expecting some money. And then if that money doesn't come in at the time, that's when you then raise the workflow again into the enforcement and manage the whole flow. And I think that should be the last slide. Okay, and then the last one is around the communication. There must be ways where you can manage the communication, internal complaints about the IRS personnel, external complaints, and the help desk. All these need to be linked because if you want to drive incentives for taxpayers, if you want to drive incentives of why I should pay my tax, why I should be happy to pay more, how do we link improved quality of service to increase revenue generation? And that's the only way, in my opinion, that we can all begin to win together. For revenue service providers like us, who are in the technology space, the only way we get a seat at the table is how we always constantly thinking about the values that we can add. I mean, we did quite a bit of research and we said, okay, so where's the new money? If I want to come and talk to revenues, an IRS chairman today, where's the new money? We've discovered some new monies that is like the IRS do not even know about, or the state do not even know about, because they are in federal acts. Like there's the Insurance Act that has revenue that should be coming to the state. But I don't think people see it in the Insurance Act. But thank you very much. I think and I think that there's light at the end of the tunnel if we can all collaborate better. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Wumi, for your presentation. I especially appreciated all the process maps. Thank you. So, we're going to break now if there are no immediate comments or questions, which I don't think there will be until the end of the next session. So we're going to break now for an hour and reconvene at 3:30. And so hopefully all of you will be well rested. And before that time, those that are fasting, maybe use this time to take a small rest. And those that are eating, I think we're going to be eating in the next building, right? We're going to be eating in the next building. Okay, so we'll direct you to where we're going to have lunch. So thank you very much. So 3:30, please, strictly, so that we can finish in good time. Thank you very much.
In the pipeline, and everything should be fine. This is the way we believe a strategic plan is very important at either at the department for the ISD, in our case, information system, or more importantly, at the revenue authority level. So I reached at the end of my presentation. I guess I can take questions, or do you want to put questions after the presentation of other colleagues? Hello?
Very nice. Can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Subhash. That was really helpful. I trust we all took something away out of that. At this point, I would like us to quickly take questions because, like I said before, I know that they will soon be away for prayers and all that. So we'd like to take very quickly questions, feedback, comments to the presentation by Subhash. So do we have any questions, feedback from the crowd, from the participants? Do we? Okay, on the virtual platform, do we have any questions, contributions, or feedback from our online participants to the presentation by Mauritius? None. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So now we'll quickly take. Do we have? I'd like to confirm if we now have SAP back on. Do we have Hannes back? Titi, can you confirm, please?
Yes, Hannes and I are back.
Okay, so if we could continue from where it stopped, we'll try to pull up the presentation right away.
Thank you very much, and apologies for the delay. Hannes?
No problem. Yes. We'll probably send some automation from Nigeria as well. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, Hannes, can you see your screen on your end, your presentation?
I can see it. You need to go to you need to go to slide 15, please.
Slide 15. Okay, so thank you.
There we go.
Yeah.
Right. So, firstly, thank you very much to Mrs. Tona for that presentation. It really is incredible what they have achieved as Mauritius Revenue Authority. I will try to take you quickly through some more cases around the world. And try to do that justice. Apologies for my internet, it's normally very stable. I don't know if there's something wrong with my internet provider today. Right, so let's get to the next slide, please. Thank you very much. So the largest tax transformation happening in the world today is most likely at Majesty's Revenue and Customs in the United Kingdom. As you can see here, they have allocated a budget of £1.3 billion towards this program. And I think this program is of special interest to all Commonwealth countries, as the way that HMRC is doing their taxation is very similar to other Commonwealth countries. Next slide, please. It must, however, be said that HMRC did not start the process in 2017. They already started in 2005 when they unified their inland tax and customs organizations. Thereafter, they implemented excise taxes, followed by business and personal taxes. And the system integrator that was supporting them with their implementation was Capgemini. Next one, please. One of the first customers in the world to adopt a commercial off-the-shelf solution for tax and revenue management was Florida State Department of Revenue. They already started this approach in 1998 when they integrated the registration approach for 2 taxes. In the next phase, they rolled the registration to another 7 tax types. So it was a relatively slow start, but today they administer 58 different tax and revenue types, which is more than 95% of all taxes and fees administered on one single tax and revenue management platform. And they do this for 1.3 million taxpayers, really an incredible achievement. The implementation at Florida State was done by Deloitte. Next slide, please. One of the first customers in Europe to adopt a commercial off-the-shelf solution was FIRST in Slovenia. They started their transformation in 2010 when they implemented VAT on SAP. And today they also manage more than 50 taxes and excise duties on the single tax and revenue management platform. What is interesting, just next slide please, about FIRST is that they really built onto this platform. So once you have the tax and revenue management platform running, it provides the opportunity for tax authorities to start innovating and to adopt new trends much faster than what was traditionally possible. So in the case of FIRST in Slovenia, they were able to build an e-invoicing solution on top of their tax and revenue management platform, integrating cash registers from businesses all around the country via APIs to their tax and revenue management platform. Next slide, please. Now, one of the biggest concerns we hear is that to implement the tax and revenue management platform takes a long time. From the references I've already given you, this was traditionally true. But SAP, our partners and our customers are getting really good at this. Today, we have a SAP Tax and Revenue Management special expertise partner called Invenio, who managed to implement a VAT solution at Bahrain in 5 months. How did they achieve this? Well, over the years, they have built a template which allows them to accelerate implementations. Next one, please. Now, South African Revenue Services was the first tax authority that I supported when I just started my career at SAP. They initially started the SAP journey around about 2001, and the first project was actually focused on creating a digital general ledger with full integration to the banks. They used to have this massive department full of people just capturing bank statements, and all of this was then made electronic. And so they were able to assign incoming payments to different collection officers, and suddenly they had a lot of visibility. Subsequently, SARS has implemented SAP for internal operations, so the ERP, plus some tax types such as excise duty and customs. And I specifically want to talk about their customs approach to you, as you might find that really interesting. Next slide, please. So SAP does not have a custom solution, but we integrate with custom solutions. So in the case of SARS, they have their own custom solution, which they are using in the front end, but they are using SAP, the SAP Tax and Revenue Management Platform as the accounting engine in the back office. Some other tax authorities in Africa, such as Zimra in Zimbabwe, are using Asekuda as their custom solution. And they have also integrated the solution with SAP Tax and Revenue Management in the back end. The implementation at SARS was done by Accenture. Next one, please. I would like now to focus my attention to City of Cape Town. City of Cape Town is a metropolitan area, which essentially is the consolidation of several municipalities and cities into one mega city. These metropolitan areas provide many services to citizens. Some relates to utilities, such as electricity, water, waste. Others relates to social development, healthcare clinics, and so forth. They also collect taxes in the form of property taxes. City of Cape Town has built a single revenue management platform on SAP with which they manage all these different revenue streams. Excuse me. Today, they have more than 3.2 million customers on this single revenue platform. And what is even more incredible is the benefits that they achieved. Their payment ratio increased from 84% to 98%. This meant that their cash position immediately improved from 500 million rand to 2 billion rand in the first year. And they were the first metro in South Africa to have an A+ credit rating. And even up to today, they are seen as the only metropolitan area who has a stable financial position in South Africa. They faced severe pressure when they invested in this program, but they managed to get ROI in just 3 years. The implementation of City of Cape Town was done by Accenture. So we're now moving to the last one that I've got, which is Queensland Government in Australia. They started their transformation back in 2008 already, but they went live with 11 taxes during the first phase. They've subsequently rolled out the system to all tax and revenue types and provide services to more than 2.2 million taxpayers. Their implementation was done by Gravity IT. Now, just where they're moving towards, next slide, please. So Queensland, and I think from the presentation that Mr. Sana just gave, Queensland and Mauritius Revenue Authority are really on the forefront of becoming what we see as digital tax offices. So they recently adopted leading edge technologies such as SAP HANA, which is a real-time database, which helps them to get a handle of their taxpayer payment behavior and non-compliance, leading to massive increase of 27 million in additional revenues. The last slide, please. Here, if possible, I wanted to end off with the video that we wanted to play, because this is OSR themselves talking about what they're busy doing. And that is then the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. You can play the video if you mind. So it seems like we have a problem with playing the video. So I think we will make that available to you. You can check it on YouTube. But just to tell you what they've done, they implemented SAP Business Integrity Screening to flag potential non-compliance. And they also implemented SAP Behavioral Analysis to track taxpayer payment behavior, allowing them to put strategies in place even before non-payment happened. And this helped them to reduce their debt book. It was a real honor for me to speak here, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you a good conference further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's possibility of able to get the video to play right away. My colleague will just click on the link shortly. After this, we'll be taking the presentation from Rajev, the Director of Public Finance Management from Technobrain Limited. Again, he will be talking on transforming end-to-end processes through technology. So just because showing the opportunities we're using technology in the tax management.
And we can be more targeted, more personalised in our responses in terms of campaigns and right down to individual taxpayers.
This is This is part of an ambitious transformation program, 46 projects in 3 years to provide digitally enabled, data-driven, client-centric services. Golden beaches, the Great Barrier Reef, Queensland, Australia is a paradise for tourists. But even in Australia's Sunshine State, people need to pay their taxes. The Office of State Revenue has the vision to proactively reach out to taxpayers who may become debtors, leveraging data-driven insights based on SAP Analytics Cloud, SAP Qualtrics, and machine learning capabilities.
Machine learning identifies which taxpayers may default before they have, so we can reach out to them to help them before the event. Qualtrics actually gives us a deeper understanding of what motivates those taxpayers, why they're not complying. Then, of course, we can reach out to them and we can be more targeted, more personalised in responses in terms of campaigns and right down to individual taxpayers.
This is part of an ambitious transformation program, 46 projects in 3 years to provide digitally enabled, data-driven, client-centric services. OSR Online, an online lodgement and payment system, is just the beginning.
It's all about the client or the taxpayer for us. It's enabling them to access our services simply, securely, 24/7 on the devices of their choosing at the time they want. For our staff, it's about moving away from labour-intensive back-office type functions, and the government is providing a greater return on investment and easier services for the community.
To further drive insights around the data they collect, OSR also wants to leverage weather data to proactively help citizens in case of natural disasters.
We might use machine learning technology, our operational data, to be able to predict when weather events are happening and to reach out to those taxpayers in those affected areas to offer them assistance, and so they don't have to pay their tax until the event has passed.
For a transformation of this scale, it is important that employees fully embrace the change.
We're investing in both leadership development and constantly working on our culture to ensure that both our leaders and people across the organisation have the desire, the mindset, the knowledge and the capability to provide a platform for the successful adoption of our digital solutions.
And that means our leaders really need to step up and really drive changes in the business and help our people to work differently.
It allows us to understand what taxpayers want from us and what they need from us and what's in their obligations. We can look at their history and offer them information and services that we think can help them get to where they need to be.
It's really improved our services. It's sped up the time that we take to do administrative tasks. It's really provided a more fluent service to taxpayers in Queensland so that they know exactly what we're doing with their information.
OSR's future leads towards becoming an intelligent tax office to better serve the 5 million citizens living in Australia's Sunshine State.
Thank you very much for that. Anes, I think that was a very insightful video. Something very, very strange or important to also notice. You notice that the Queensland Internal Revenue Service actually has dedicated people for change management and assistance around organizational change management. That's to show how important the deployment stage of change management is, because if you don't get a change management right, it can affect everything and the impact that you seek to achieve, because it's an evolving process. The thing you understand about taxpayers before you deploy technology, might be different from what you see them exhibit by the time technology is out, and then you need to adjust, adjust. Yeah, so thank you very much for that. We will take the last presentation for that session and then take comments and questions across all the presentations in that session. I'm being told that Alima Mubarak will be presenting on behalf of Rajev. for Technobrain. Do you have Alima Mubarak on? If you want, please just confirm for us.
Yeah, she's not projecting.
Good evening, good afternoon there. It's evening here. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to share this day with you.
Yes, go ahead, Alima. We can see and we can hear you. Thank you.
Great, great. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity to share this moment with you all on the objective to hear more on how to increase your productivity, improve compliance, and take control of your revenue. My name, as you've heard, is Halima Mubarak. I'm the GM Sales for Public Finance Management at Technobrain. Next slide, please. Technobrain started 23 years ago and is headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya. Our mission is actually to empower lives, and we are totally excited about this wonderful continent of Africa. In fact, we say we are from Africa, for Africa, and by Africa. It is our passion to enable our continent. Thus, you see our footprint in 16 countries in Africa, and we are quickly spreading to the rest of the world. We are backed by recognition and quality standards. As indicated here, we are the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to be awarded the CMMIL 5 recognition, which is a standard recognition, and are proud to have over 18 million subscribers on our platform. Next slide, please. As Technobrain, we have focused segmentation of our business in these 6 key sectors, 6 key departments, strategic business units. So yes, we do Microsoft and Oracle solutions and our enterprise business unit. We have the public finance management unit, which is where we belong, most of us. And in this particular unit, we deal with integrated finance management information solution, which is IFMIS. We also have the revenue management solution, which is what we are going to discuss briefly today. And we have also a performance budgeting system under the public finance management strategic business unit. We also have a department that deals with the tax and revenue solution business. This is a complete suite of integrated tax systems. We also do identity management, which is e-passports, e-visas, and border management. We are also an end-to-end BPO services company. So we do business process outsourcing and also digital business, which includes artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, and the rest. We pride ourselves in having over 14 IP solutions, own IP. These are solutions that have been homemade, built in-house by our very skilled engineers. And the beauty with this is that we are extremely flexible to be able to tweak solutions to our clients' individual and very unique needs. So in today's discussion, we will actually show you our revenue management solution, which is actually built in-house. Next. We made a technological breakthrough 2 years back with the aim of growing talent and recognition by becoming Africa's first and only Microsoft testing center, which is actually the 4th one in the world. The initiative for this is to set and provide 1,000 high-tech jobs for Kenyan youth. So this is the only center in Africa and the 4th in the world. And we pride ourselves in being able to provide this opportunity to our young growing people. For our tax and custom business, we offer end-to-end solution for revenue authorities by transforming revenue governance and administration. These places are these areas you're seeing here, Ghana, Malawi, Mongolia. These are some of the places where we have implemented our tax and customs solution. It's known as TRIP, and it's actually our own IP. Would wish for an opportunity one day to take you through that. Today, we will focus on our revenue management solution, but yes, TRIPS is one of our really great products and solutions for tax and customs. I now wish to invite my colleague, Quincy Jones, to take us through our revenue management solution. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for having us here.
So, Quincy Jones,
Thank you, Halima. I hope you can hear me, participants.
Yes,
thank you for giving us the opportunity. I'm going to briefly walk through our non-tax revenue management offering, which basically is developed to collect internally generated funds for either the local government, the state, municipality, or city. Now, our non-tax revenue collection system is currently used by over 100 entities across Africa. It's a single window system that encompasses the whole revenue management cycle from collection of the revenues, registration, assessment, and analysis. The solution has a GIS embedded in it. So it's a GIS as part of the modules in the solution. And by using the solution, we intend, of course, to ensure that the states are more self-reliant in terms of collecting IGF. So with our current experience in rolling out revenue management systems in Africa, we've met clients facing various challenges which are common across the continent. Such challenges involve things like manual processing, so a lot of files moving across offices for various processes to be done. A lot of dispersed systems are deployed, so these are silos of information that don't talk to each other, have various different information sitting on them, some duplicates, some are working on their own. So we do have leakages as part of one of the challenges, definitely. Outdated valuation is a key challenge that we've seen across different entities in Africa. And we even have a current customer who we implemented the solution, and they had a property valuation that was last updated in the 1970s. So you can imagine how old that valuation was. Now with the system and with GIS as part of the solution, they were able now to have a visibility of the property potential in terms of collection. And when they deployed the solution, their rate cards went up by 40%, as now they are more aware of what they are meant to collect in terms of property rates. Miscategorization is one of the other common challenges that we've found out. And it's more or less summed up as entities collecting fees and summing them up as miscellaneous fees, which actually becomes more of an accounting and a reconciliation challenge without the ability of knowing where these fees are coming from, where they're collecting them against. So it's one of the key challenges that we found out across the various entities that we've more or less worked with across the continent. So our solution is more of a single window solution, which starts from the registration process. So we register all your taxpayers, register all your obligations that are due for payment, and with subsequent GIS mapping during the registration process. Then we'll have the ability, of course, to have the assessments done, so a better understanding of your potential that you're meant to collect against. Then the ability to do billing and collection proactively by interacting with the taxpayers, by sending emails, SMS notifications. So it's more of a proactive billing exercise, whereby we don't wait until you're late or you don't pay, but we inform you in advance that there is a bill that is due for payment. Kindly organized for payment to be done. We've integrated the solution to payment platforms. So the ability to have the platforms available for the taxpayers 24/7, 365 will be there, and it will be easy for them now to make any payments at any one time for any services that they need or services that are due and obligations. So now it will be easier for us now to pick that up and do reconciliation straight up from the system. Then finally, enforcement becomes more targeted, as now we know who was owing us, who has paid, what was being paid for, where was it being paid for, what hasn't been paid for. So it becomes a very easy end-to-end view or 360 view of exactly where you stand in terms of IGF collection. And at the end of the day, we'll be able now to leverage on this data to perform various analytics and BI scenarios and views, when I will be able now to see how do we increase our task base, how do we increase compliance across the various entities at any one time. So this is just an example of a major revenue IGF components that can be collected with the system. So they're not limited to what you are seeing there on the screen. So we do collect the major revenue sources like land rates, business licenses, permits, building permits, your value management, outdoor advertising and billboard advertising, and of course on top of components like parking fees, the levies, the tolls. So we do support an unlimited number of revenue streams configuration. So we even have clients who have configured over 500 different revenue components in the system, and they're able now to collect against every specific revenue stream configured in the system. So they're able to have a visibility of where the money is coming in from and how the performance across the whole collection cycle is looking like. So as I pointed out earlier, GIS is a key component in our solution, and we're able now to have plotting of various revenue components like the property rates, where one can be able now to have a visibility of various land parcels across, let's say, your city, knowing where they're located, using color coding to help you better understand the information that is coming from collection purposes. So you're able now to see various colors helping you knowing the thresholds in terms of arrears at any one time. So when you're doing revenue mobilization exercises or revenue mopping up exercises, it's easier for the entity to more or less focus on areas that are highly non-compliant. So you're able to know in terms of color threshold, if you put a threshold to be within a certain range, then those are the areas that you'll focus on. Be able to drill down for the map area and know who owns that property. How do we go about it to make sure that this specific person is able to pay us our dues at any one time. So this is also basic a view of what we have in terms of billboards. So we also have the GIS component works across. So we can have a mapping done on the billboards area. So ability to know where the billboards are located across the various streets, the various roads, which type of billboards, and knowing the status of that billboard payment. We have a client that we had who wasn't using the solution. Then once they implemented the solution, they used to have, or rather previously they used to have collections done out of self-declaration. So somebody who owns billboards comes and says, I have 10 billboards. So they have no way of knowing where these are located. Is it true that there are only 10 existing? So once they deploy the solution, now they're able now to have a visibility of all the billboards across the city. They're able now to see an increase in terms of revenue mopping and revenue jump by 30%, just from knowing where these billboards are and who are the owners of these specific different types of billboards. So our solution is more of a web-based. So at any one time, both the different remote state offices and city offices will be able to access the same system at any one time. The same system can be integrated back into the central government to either push information to deal with revenues collected that might be needing to be reported on a central government level. We have the citizen self-service portal, which will be available for citizens who want to interact with the city to make payments. It doesn't matter if they're in the state or out of the state, within the country, out of the country. They have their own way of securely logging into the system, seeing their obligations, seeing the bills, make payments using multiple channels that we have availed for them to use at any one time. So the usability becomes easy, and there is no cases of saying somebody doesn't have the ability to make a payment at any one time. So this is just an interface example of what you have in terms of the back-end revenue management system dashboard. So we have various operations that the city employees or the revenue employees will be able to work with and do various operations in regards to IGR. These views, of course, are more controlled on a permission level. So whatever you work with is exactly whatever you will see. So you won't be able now to work with areas that you're not allowed to. This is a snapshot of a self-service portal. So exposing various services to the citizen to be able now to interact back, to be able to see what bills have been generated for them, to be able to see what payments they have done, the history, the invoices that have come to them, go ahead and initiate self-payment. So they generate their own e-slips, make a payment against that using the platforms available, be they doing the Visa, MasterCard, or any other process that they're more comfortable with in terms of generating a payment process. We also do have a mobile application for the solution. So this works in two ways. It helps, number one, the citizens to be able now to interact in the same manner as the citizen portal area, whereby they're able now to have to view their obligations, to make payments that are due straight from the app, verify receipts that they've gotten, verify permits that they get from the system. Then we do have the second scenario whereby now the application also helps the revenue service employees to be able now to do components like KYC, collect information in terms of clients, taxpayers, collect information in terms of registering new businesses when they go to the field, different type of businesses, be they whatever categorization that is currently running in the city, be able to do functions like inspections and reporting on the same, either by approving or disapproving and putting in the feedback. And this automatically gets synced back to the backend system, and people in the offices can be able now to follow up what is happening on the ground at any one time in terms of either employees doing the exercises across the whole city, or the citizens making their own self-service operations in terms of payments or requesting for services and information at any one time. So at the end of the day, we will be able now to have multiple payment options available to the citizens to make payments for any obligations. So integrating the solution to the payment switches, to the telco mobile money, to the banks, for the citizens now to be able to do their own self-service payment, either through the mobile application, either through the citizen portal, either through a USSD driven prompt, to be able now to make sure that they're able now to have the functionality of making payments at their own convenience. We'll be able to have a 360 view of what is happening in terms of revenue. So that's a single window, 360 view, single window, single source of truth, whereby now we're able now to have the ability to make revenue forecasts because we know now what is supposed to come in. We're able to manage all our information in one area, and also able now to use the GIS element to assist us further to now analyze our information, know where this various potential is supposed to come from, and do any other operations that pertain to the revenue service. And of course, being able at the end of the day to be able to now see reports and analysis, see dashboards, so the management can be able to see reports, can be able to see dashboards that are driven by pies and graphs, which are much easier for them to quickly analyze and understand and translate the information that is coming from the system in terms of knowing what is our current stand in terms of revenue collection, what do we need to do to expand our revenue tax base, and where do we need to focus on in terms of ensuring that we get the maximum in terms of revenue collection. So this is an example of a county government. We've implemented a solution in Kenya. It's a county government of Kwale. So the county government of Kwale, once they deployed the solution, they're able now to immediately have a 40% increase in revenues. They're able now to know where the revenues are supposed to come from in terms of the potential of collection. And they immediately were able now to decrease the losses that they were currently facing. And they enhanced the enforcement of the revenues. Compliance increased over 60%. They were able now to know who owns what and where the various revenue entities are collected, allocated. And with the ability of having the system sending out SMS reminders and email reminders, it was very easy. It was very easy for them now to have a higher compliance level in terms of now the various taxpayers now were able to know and plan themselves in advance on this specific, to make these specific payments that were due, and their compliance increased by over 60%. They had proper visibility of all the revenues that were collecting. So now, since they had a single source of truth, it was easier for them to do reporting and reporting internally, reporting to the government, because they're now able to know where the money is coming from, how much we are meant to collect, how much they're currently collecting. And they've been seeing a year-on-year increase in terms of the revenues, the on-source revenues at any point. So lastly, we do have projects that we have deployed the solution in. We've deployed the solution in Uganda local governments. We've deployed the same solution in Malawi local governments. We have TANAPA in Tanzania, which is using the solution. Current ongoing projects, we do have the Nairobi City Council government. This is in Kenya. In Malawi, we have 2 autonomous cities, Mzuzu City Council and Blantyre City Council, which are our clients, and we are currently deploying the solution in various stages of deployment. And all in all these entities now are able to have the ability to have a citizen-facing portal for their citizens to be able to interact with them, citizen mobile application to be used by the citizens and their staff also to perform various operations. GIS is part of the solution, so the entities are using Google Maps as part of the GIS offering. We do have revenue collectors collecting various fees, and we have deployed over 100 plus devices for each of these entities, whereby the post collectors are able now to collect revenues on the go. So these are market fees, the small fees that they usually collect. So market fees, parking fees, and the city is able at any one time to know what is happening on the ground, since these POS devices are configured to work on an online and an offline mode. So depending on telco connectivity, there is no limitation in terms of the ability to work. And as you mentioned earlier, we've exposed the solution to various collection platforms. So mobile money platform, the banking platform, so whatever platform that somebody is comfortable in using, they're able to make a payment against the specific services that are being offered by the city. And all in all of these entities have configured various local generated tax types. So IGFs are open in terms of configuration. So they have 500 plus different IGFs. So they have configured them on the system, and they can be adding them or configuring them differently in terms of the fees and charges and how they want to collect the same. So at the end of the day, we'll be able, of course, now to have an increase of your revenue collection by using the solution, improved decision making. So it's easy for us to know what was collected, make a quick decision in terms of any components that affects our city. It's easier for us to make a quick decision to know how much do we have, what do we need to do. Collaboration is a key. So all departments now talk the same language. They're able now to sit down and analyze the data at one go. So meetings are becoming easier to manage, shorter to manage. There is a single source of truth. So reports are gotten from one system, discussed in one go. So there's no waiting for somebody else to come and analyze the data, maybe on Excel, on a separate platform, and give this information when it's required. But on the fly, if information is required in terms of what is currently happening in IGF, this information is immediately gotten from the system in a fly. Local intelligence increases. We want now to know what is happening on the ground at any one point in time. Accountability is possible now, and transparency is increased in terms of us knowing what has been collected, what was due, who was meant to pay. And since everything is configured in one go, then that becomes easy for the entity to have a proper monitoring mechanism to see how best are we collecting, or what do we need to do to increase our tax base at any time. Citizen engagement is increased, as now we have opened avenues for the citizens to be able to interact back with the city, to be able now to see not only in terms of obligations, but also in terms of reporting purposes. If we've added components like case management to the solution to enable citizens raise complaints. So if I see a pothole, if I see a street light not working, I have the ability to go ahead and raise this query with the city, and this information will be tracked in the system, because there is a relation between what I'm paying and the services that I'm receiving from the city. So thank you very much. I think we're open to questions now.
Yes, thank you so much for the delivery. We do appreciate that. I think that was a very detailed presentation. So do we have questions, comments, feedback for our speakers before we go to the next session? I'd like us to check the virtual platform, virtual participants, to see if there are questions, feedback, please. Just to tell our online participants again that you can put your questions, contributions in the chat box, or you can indicate your interest to talk by clicking on the raise your hand button on the right hand side of your screen where you have participants. So once you click on participants, it will come up with a box to the right where you see names of participants, and then you can click on the raise your hand function and we'll know you definitely want to speak. Do we have anyone? Can you check? No one. All right. Okay, how about on the physical side of, yeah, do we have anyone who wishes to contribute, ask questions, or give feedback?
Thank you. Thank you for the good presentation, Technobreak. I have this issue that I want to seek clarification, please. You show us satellite imagery of some of the properties you have, and also the GIS capability of your platform. And I want to know if it is possible for a taxpayer who happen to have multiple tax type to be tagged with his property, with his other businesses altogether, so that a revenue authority can be able to trace him and also be able to serve him with all the multiple revenue head that he's expected to make payment. Number two, I want to know whether the satellite imagery or the platform have the capability of geo-tracing or geofencing of that particular property to be able to determine the size of the plot, rather than sending surveyors to take the measurement and begin to serve him based on the property size. And also, I want to know your value proposition when you have this particular platform as something that you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any more questions or contributions for the speakers? Okay, so Technobrain, if you can quickly take response to that question around geotagging and geotracing using satellite image data and technology. Alima or
Quincy?
Other colleague? At least you on.
Yeah.
Quincy, yeah.
If you can quickly respond to the question, please.
Okay. The first question in terms of the ability to tag the taxpayer in all the obligations, yes. When we are doing registration of the taxpayers, we'll be able to capture key information that is unique to them. For example, things like your TIN number, your tax TIN number, or maybe your national ID number is unique to you. So that appears across the system in all the obligations that are tied, that are registered. So at any one time, we can be able to give you one statement or one demand notice that contains all the obligations that you're supposed to pay the city at any one time. On geofencing and geotracing, since GIS has various functionalities that can be used or that can be used at any one point in time, we can have the GIS capability to do the sizing as you have asked about. But this, of course, depends on your policy. We've not faced any current customer who has more or less used GIS to do sizing and plot measurements. But yes, the functionality is there in GIS as a standard. So we can definitely use it to ensure that at any one time, the city is able to know these sizes from a geotracing level, what they are, and then of course build them according to the specific fees that you have set. Bandwidth, now the system is more or less web-based, so we don't really rely on heavy bandwidth. So the same bandwidth that you use to open up a normal web page, we've deployed the solution in areas whereby we definitely thought that there was a very big challenge in terms of connectivity, but then again, users have been able to work without any challenge. Like our current deployment in Malawi, which is a country that has some challenges in terms of connectivity, the clients are able now to use the system without any specific challenge in terms of bandwidth utilization. So bandwidth is not a major concern while using the system.
All right, thank you very much for that feedback. My additional comment to that would be that speak to the uniqueness of the Nigerian environment, and that in the sense of the fact that, first of all, our land administrative system doesn't exactly allow for this ease of operation, and that's why even in the collaboration with the World Ministry of Finance and talk about GIS, it needs to start from land administration. We have cases where, I mean, except we want to be deceitful to ourselves, is the fact that how many people actually have correct titling in their land, whereby it's their name. Lands have been transferred amongst and between almost 10 people, and the name you see on it is the original user, because how many people can afford to process the same book? So we have a fundamental issue that needs to be addressed, or else we cannot explore no matter how much, because you need to be able to link the land titling to who you are looking for, because everything is meant to tally up at the end of the day. So yes, you can have, because if you don't If you have not done that, you can't map the property, you can't tell the property that belongs to this. And you end up saying demand notice, that's why you end up saying demand notice, the man that owns the property by virtue of land title. So that in itself is a big problem. I know a number of states I've tried to do what is called mass titling, just to get everybody to normalize and regularize the titling process. So they can have the original people. I know at the time of Quara, and they need 100,000 flat rates just for GP or this thing, and then just so that everybody can get into the system. But again, this is the peculiarity will differ from state to state. I'm sure even that perhaps wasn't done across the state, but maybe there's another section of concentration of places whereby they realize that this is done properly. So I think that would be my comment on the issue. But the general point, like I said, will be to, when you look at this opportunity, how it's done, is then see how to domesticate it. It's in your own unique situation. Yeah, but I believe together we can get to where we are going. At this point, I'd like to check with our virtual audience again if we now have questions or feedback. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next presentation. And thank you very much for staying. I mean, to this point, we've had some challenges which have made us go over time in some cases, but we trust it's been very useful for all of us, and we're hoping that at the end of this session, we'll have been able to go back with certain reform-minded action or certain improvements that we've identified. I would like to discuss our various venues. The objective of this session is not a sales pitch, is not to say come and work with this person, but rather is to give a diverse view, approach the vendors to see if this is what can be offered. This is what's existing. Now for you to discuss with your desired vendor about, I know this is happening, so how to do it? Or I know this is an issue, we need to address it. So I think that's a major takeaway that I would like. And then in terms of the capacity building bit, to connect with the areas of where you might have institutional gaps in capacity, we would like to work with you to see how much of that we can cover. And again, you say what you are looking for in Sokoto is in your Sokoto. Some of the reforms you're looking to do, and you are seeking a consultant to come and tell the same story that already your peers as chairman have done it over and over again. And so this is another opportunity for you to, like, before you go back to your different states, to really connect with all your colleagues who are doing this deployment. So you don't revenge the will and don't make mistakes that you've already made in the past. So we want to encourage this kind of dialogue as we go along. Without wasting any much time, we'd like to call on I would like to call on the Director of Commerce, Trade and Industry for the Blantyre City Council, Malawi. Mr. Dennis, I trust we have you on.
Yes, I'm online.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll just go straight into your presentation. Please do try and keep it short and straight to the point. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Don't know whether I should say good afternoon or good evening, because this side is good evening, but all the same, good afternoon, everyone. I normally know that when you are almost the last presenter, people are like tired, but this time around, I'm not going to make you tired. If anything, I'm going to make you as fresh as you were in the morning. Anyway, let me go straight to my presentation. My presentation has got about 8 sections. Of course, I'll try to be brief. I may not focus much on the other issues like the vision, mission, and value for Blantyre City Council. But let me give you a brief background on the Blantyre City Council, Malawi. Let me have that slide for brief on Blantyre City Council. Blantyre City Council is the oldest urban center in Malawi and the whole of Southern Africa. It was actually founded by the Scottish missionaries in around 1876. And the name Blantyre is coming actually after the birthplace for Dr. David Livingstone. Specifically, let me indicate that as of now, Blantyre is bigger because it merged with the other town of Limbe to make one big Blantyre. And in terms of population, it normally has a population of about 900,000 as of the population census that was done in 2018. Actually, it's the second largest city in Malawi. We have 4 cities, so this is the second largest city in Malawi. We have a vision where I want to make our city being a city of choice in the SADC region, where we believe that people can take ownership. They should be able to live in that city and at the end of the day, do business and prosper. Let me have the next slides. We have our values. Of course, we have got the mission, but let me skip that. I just go straight to the other materials. And in terms of the values, we believe in accountability and transparency. We also believe in zero tolerance on corruption. We actually strive to be professional in whatever we are doing. We also encourage local participation in the running of the city council. We also believe in teamwork as far as the team that is doing the work is concerned. But we also value so much the people who we are trying to save, and these are the residents of the city of Blantyre, and another person who is visiting the city. We are also gender sensitive because, mind you, nowadays people are talking about 50-50 situations. So as a council, we are also making sure that we take issues of gender seriously. Next. In terms of revenue mobilization, I think it is important that I should try to give you an indication of the revenue sources that we are having as a city council. Normally, our major source of revenue happens to be the locally generated revenue, which generates almost 80% of the revenue sources that we are having as a local authority. We of course receive about 20% from central government, but you can see for yourself that I think we have to do most of the work ourselves to make sure that we are able to deliver the services that the residents are expecting. So under the locally generated revenue, we have a number of sources, and the major one being property rates. These are, of course, the taxes on property, which are contributing a major chunk to our revenue. I should indicate that before we actually engage into the revenue mobilization management system, we are normally relying on a manual revenue collection system. So as you may be aware, when we are doing manual things, then there are a number of challenges that we normally experience. The major challenge for us was the revenue loss, because people, wherever there is cash, they are tempted to take out some of the cash and use it for other things. But again, as a management, you are fully aware that actually when you're at that higher position, there's so much work that you have to do. So you don't really have a lot of time to be moving around to see what people are doing, in which case you need to have an opportunity of how you are going to monitor that revenue. So because of the manual system that we had in the past, it was a bit difficult for us to be fully monitoring whatever we are doing, and that on its own was also a challenge. Suffice to say that even in terms of record keeping, that was also a problem for us because most of our records were actually being scattered all over. So if, for example, someone wants to get a record of information, it meant it would take, even would actually say, okay, you are looking for this information, you should visit us possibly after 2 days or 3 days because we have to look for that information. But again, in terms of management, as I've already indicated, we also had our own challenges with the way revenue is being collected because we are not sure of what is actually happening on the ground. However, having gone through the manual revenue mobilization process, we thought it wise to say, I think it's better that we have to decide doing something that is going to make things easier for us. Now, we realize that we are living in a world where technology is playing a major role in most of the things that we are doing. So as a council, we had to consider going digital to make sure that whatever we are doing should actually simplify the work that we have to do as an institution. So having sat down, having discussed both with the council, that's the political arm, as well as the secretariat, that's the administrative arm, we now decided that we had now to move on into a revenue management system. So we had to develop our own terms of reference, which we thought if they are to be flown in the newspapers or any form of the media, then people can actually come forward and possibly try to respond to that with a possible solution that is going to help us provide whatever they're looking for. Now, the need for a revenue management system came about because we thought as a council, we had to minimize revenue losses that were there. There are times where we could actually carry out an enforcement of revenue collection on the ground. Then we discover that a lot of revenue is not being accounted for. So we felt that there must be a better way of making sure that every revenue that is being collected is being accounted for. But again, I indicated earlier on that we have too much records with us when we are using a manual system, in which case, I think in terms of the data, for example, to trace a file, for example, it's a challenge, but at the same time, the data that we're keeping at times was not talking to each other. For example, you'd actually want to get a file on something else, but then if maybe a person is getting information from there, you may find that a paper for a particular property has been filed in a file that it was not supposed to be filed in. In such a case, bringing that sort of inconsistency that we are experiencing. But again, we had a problem with real-time reporting, as I hinted on earlier on. So we felt we needed to have something that should help us be up to date with whatever is happening. But again, issues of monitoring the revenue mobilization process also became paramount, in which case we wanted a system that should be able to provide us that sort of online monitoring or improved monitoring so that at least people should know that we are on them almost each and every time of the day. But again, we also felt of the need of having one central source of data. Because at the end of the day, as I've already indicated, why should someone come to our office, is looking for information, we give that person, let's say, 2 or 3 days for him to come back to get whatever he's looking for. We felt that's not the way of doing things. But if we have it centrally kept somewhere, and that can be sourced any other time, that should be easier for the individuals. Now, as we're developing our TORAs or terms of reference, which in this presentation is being referred as a scope of revenue management system, we looked at a number of issues. For example, in the markets where revenue is being collected, we had to move away from manual, in which case we had to devise a way of collecting using technology, hence the need of a point of sale, receipting using point of sale devices. But again, when we are looking at issues of cash, I think we should try as much as we can to make sure that maybe as much as we can, we try to minimize over-the-counter payments so that we should go paperless. So at the end of the day, we had to think of a system that should be an intermediary between us as an institution and the other person at the other end as a taxpayer. But again, issues of mobile money collection and integration with banks or bank deposits also became paramount as we are trying to design or to develop the terms of reference for the system. Let alone issue of informing the taxpayers, issues of SMS and email. How should we communicate to our taxpayers in terms of their billing? If, for example, if a bill is due, how should they get it? So the need for SMS we felt is something that should be considered, as well as issues of email for the better of the residents that we are serving. We also had to consider of a better way of interacting with the citizens. The reason we now had to think of coming up with a citizen portal for self-services, so that at least we should try to minimize contact between ourselves and them. But again, we are looking at something that should be able to easily configure and set up a finance bill that can easily be understood by a customer. We're also looking at issues like security of the system that we are having. We know we are living in a world of cybersecurity, and therefore we really wanted a system that should be able to provide that security. But again, in terms of interface, at least we should have a system that should not be rigid. It should be a system that should be able to interface with other systems for whatever we want to do. But again, at the end of the day, we are not interested in what the system is doing, but rather we want to see the results of everything that is happening. The reason why our system was put in such a way that it should be able at least to give us a forecast of the revenues that are expected, as well as be able to analyze the collections that are coming at whatever level. So ourselves as a district or as a city, we had to divide ourselves into a constituency level, where that level, it's a member of parliament that is representing. Then we moved on to a ward level, where we are looking at a councillor representing that. And then we are looking at a village level where we have the various community development committees doing the issues. So we had to make sure that the system should be able to actually provide a forecast or even analyze data up to that particular level. But again, we are looking at least a system that can easily be adjusted whenever the need is. So we are looking at a system that should be robust in terms of its reporting capabilities, so that whenever the need is felt for us to extend that system, that should be able to be done. But again, we are talking about having a system reports using a dashboard. But now the question is, are you able to transfer that information from its raw form into, for example, other easy to use sort of applications like Microsoft Excel, Word, and what have you. So we also had to make sure that in our terms of reference, we should make a provision that whichever system, whoever is developing a system, they should provide us a system that should be able to export reports from their raw format into Word, PDF, or Excel, depending on who the user of that information is. But again, as executives or people at the top there, we should be able to make sure that we are analyzing, or we are able to analyze the revenues that are coming so that we can actually use it for business intelligence as an institution. Now we have we managed to at least float an advert in the newspapers, and then successfully, I think Technobrain happened to be the people who provided the solution to us. Now, what we are saying is that has been done. What have been the benefits so far from the time we rolled up the system? We have had reduced revenue collection leakages. For the information of the forum, our revenues moved from around 4.7 million US dollars to around 6.3 million US dollars after we implemented the revenue management system. Let me indicate that, for example, all along in terms of property data, we had been working with a property data of about 36,000 properties. But this was specifically because our basis for valuing properties was last done in the year 2005. Now, the moment we implemented the RMS, we discovered that we have already moved from 36,000 properties to 40,000 properties, meaning that prior to the RMS system, there were about 12,000 properties that were not being captured. But this has already helped us to clean that system and make sure that we incorporate all the information that we are looking for. Additionally, there is real-time reporting on revenue collected. It doesn't matter where, for example, the chief executive officer is. It doesn't matter where the mayor is. He's at a click of a button, whether from the laptop or from a phone, you are able to monitor whatever is happening on the ground in real time. And therefore, if you want to make a decision, for example, on a particular issue, maybe someone wants to expand something and then you're not sure what is happening in terms of revenue. I think with the real-time reporting that we have experienced, it has become easier for us to make some decisions. But again, we are looking at issues of tracking taxpayer information as well as revenue information. With the RMS, it has become easier. I was following, I think one of the participants asked a question to say, we have someone who has got maybe a property, but also has got maybe business 1, business 2, business 3, business 4. So is it possible that all this information can be made into one? With RMS, we have experienced that. We are able to have a customer who is owning a property or several properties, plus a number of business ventures within the city. We have been able to combine all that information and come up with one customer account, in which case it is now becoming easier for us to track whatever each taxpayer is doing. But at the same time, it also helps us to monitor whether all the revenue, or rather all the properties, all the businesses this particular person is having are actually responding or to the revenue that we want them to advance to the council. We are also looking at issues of discipline among the revenue collectors, because they know that now they are being tracked almost real time. It has actually become something that they have taken it as a norm. They are no longer misbehaving. They know that for sure, if they try to misbehave, it's management has got that ability to easily send someone on the ground just to track whatever is happening. So because of that, I think elements of now these revenue collectors trying to siphon some funds from the system is almost negligent because they know that they're being monitored real time. Let me mention that from this revenue management system, we believe there are a number of issues that our colleagues can learn. We should understand that as an institution, or as maybe as a country as a whole, or maybe we are looking at Africa as a continent. We should understand that we have had the information communication technology for some time, but at the same time, we are also looking at COVID-19 pandemic, which has actually made it difficult for physical contact in terms of doing business, in terms of collection of taxes or what have you. So we believe that the best way to go is now going digital, whereby we take advantage of other revenue management systems that are available, so that we should be able at least to get in touch with our ratepayers. And at the same time, we should be able to get whatever we are getting, and they should be able to check that whatever they are giving to the council is going into the right hands. So all I could say is, I think as local authorities or as local councils, let's make sure that we embrace technology in our tax administration by, among others, trying to re-engineer the way we are doing things. It's time we have now to consider doing e-business. Invoicing where you are delivering manual invoices, I think are things of the past. Let's be talking of electronic invoicing. Let's be talking of electronic filing. We should even be talking about electronic monitoring of whatever is happening. But again, electronic payments are the order of the day. We shouldn't have our ratepayers or taxpayers trying to come to our offices just to pay. Give them a chance to pay anywhere they are. They should just make use of the electronic payment platforms that are available. What I would say is, as the public or as the citizens we are managing are demanding more accountability on taxes, I think it's also important for us to embrace technological innovations, so that we should be able to account to them on whatever we have done, so that at the end of the day, we can reduce issues of wastage, which at the end of the day may result in better service delivery. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
We also have a presentation from our very own IRS here in Nigeria, from the Edo State Internal Revenue Service. I trust the chairman is on, Mr. Binitu Ine. Please kindly confirm, sir, if you're on. I know you join us virtually.
Thank you very much, Larry. I'm online.
All right, thank you very much. We'll just put up your presentation now, or do you wish to do it from your side?
I am already sharing my screen,
okay,
I believe.
Okay, yes. Okay, no, it's not on yet. Okay. You can try now. Okay, it's coming up. Yes, it's on now. So if you could put in slideshow mode here. Yes, you're good to go.
Okay, thank you very much. I will just skip the slide that speaks to the outline of my presentation and get straight into the meat of it. In terms of revenue, the revenue administration process is the same story for all of us. So you need to capture the tax payer, profile them, assess them. They should get notification. Settlement happens. When settlement doesn't happen, you get into an exception management process. And so bearing in mind the revenue administration process, the Edo State Internal Revenue Service has developed an innovative cutting-edge solution that considers the uniqueness of the revenue streams being administered and the peculiar circumstances of potential citizens who transact with government and the taxpayers, whether they are formal or informal, whether they are financially included or financially excluded. This whole process took us a little under 3 years, from conceptualization through design to procurement and deployment. And we leveraged a public-private partnership relationship with leading technology companies in the process of development. Earlier in the day, when we spoke from Crown Interactive, we did clearly indicate that they were one of the technology partners who have worked with us and have stayed with us over the last 3 years in developing some components of this solution. I would like to, at this point, also state a simple fact, as we've come to realize it, is that yes, when it comes to revenue administration or any form of administration, one very important component is data. You can never, overemphasize the role of data. And so when my colleague from Ondo, I believe, spoke earlier and talked about having his data in different buckets, warehoused in different places, I shook my head and I said, I don't agree. What you need to have is a single data warehouse so that all your assessment rules can basically interact with your master data. So I will also skip a bit of a background to our reforms. We all have had the same problems across the 36 states, and that has basically been hemorrhage, what we call leakages, misadministration of revenue that translates into multiple taxation, as the story would have it, coming from citizens, lack of clarity between state and local governments on their revenue sources, and obviously the inability of several local governments across several states to live up to their obligations to their employees and the citizens. And so for us in Edo, our strategic objective is to boost independent revenues potential of the state. Our target is to basically have an active database of not less than 1 million individuals. Edo State has a population in excess of 4 million. And if we take the National Bureau of Statistics numbers, about 59.3% of these people should be within the economically active basket. That will give you not less than 2.5 million, citizens who should be engaged in one form of activity or the other. And if the labor force is at 70%, it means that we have a potential in excess of 1.5 million. So our target to have 1 million active taxpayers, electronic profiles by the end of this year is very achievable, especially when you leverage multiple sources of data, as we probably would make clear as we get along in the presentation. So we also want to raise personal income tax assessments for each profile. So if there's no tax obligation, that's fine. There can be a zero assessment, but there has to be a documented basis so that we can basically profile people and geospatially identify what they do and where they are. All year round monitoring of revenue performances, leveraging our taxpayer monitoring model. It's almost like what you have in the banking industry, where every single taxpayer is assigned to a tax officer. And from my dashboard, and any other person who has access to any of the executive dashboards, you can basically tell how well these personnel are doing. You can tell the performance in terms of compliance of taxpayers. Enforcement of all due obligations is critical for us. And the reason is that over time in the past, what you found states being able to do is to account for the IGR that they have collected. And so you go into IGR meeting with the chairman or the governor, and you tell him, oh, we did X amount of money last month. The month before, we did 1 billion. Last month, we did 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion. But one question nobody has been able to answer up until now, until deployment of technology, is how much did you not collect? One of the challenges, again, like has been mentioned by several other speakers, is that we need to go cashless. And going cashless means you really must take into consideration those that are financially included, which is what a lot of cashless systems focus on. But you also need to consider those that are not financially included. How do they transact, with government if they don't have bank accounts and those sort of things? The biggest source of leakages, as many of my colleagues, will be able to, they would agree with me, is in the services rendered by the ministries, departments, and agencies. And this is largely because the treasury receipting process has been manual. And so for us, we have gone electronic in terms of our treasury receipting. And then when it comes to the actual service that people come to procure from the MDAs, what's the level of discretion that is allowed before they can get, the approvals or the permits that they have come to secure. And so for us in Edo, we have basically digitized the end-to-end. So from the point where the request is made right up to the approval. The approval is now by way of an approval certificate that must be generated. And where it's a business premise, it must be displayed, in the reception of that business premise. It has a readable, secure barcode, so that for the purpose of enforcement or compliance, anybody who walks in there scans, that barcode, and he can basically tell if that particular, document was issued in the year, in the relevant year or not. Continuous enumeration is critical for us. Real-time processing of data is also an imperative if we must leverage on data-driven insights to take decisions on how we administer government revenues. In Edo, we have commenced the process of smart government, which is basically to identify all our people and tie them, to all the various services they enjoy from government and the various taxes and obligations they owe to government. So this slide speaks to what we call life's bus stops. These are various time-stamped, events in the life of the average citizen, from birth through basic education, through higher education, right up to the point where people start to work. Now, from point 1 to point 4, there is a lot of valuable data that drops out of the radar if you don't have a proper, e-governance process in place. So if all your bets are not registered, you do not capture parents' information when kids get into basic schools, you basically lose information on a lot of your citizens, particularly those who are in the informal sector and those who are even mobile in nature of business. Most automation projects in Nigeria have not focused significantly on point 1 to point 4. Most of the automation projects focus on when people transit from higher education into the workspace. And so we say, who are the people who work in this environment? PAYE, who are those who do business, direct assessment? A lot is left outside of the bracket, and a lot of valuable, information, reside in some documents that are manual. So when a man decides to get married and he's supplying information, or a woman, and is supplying information about his or her spouse, that's another veritable source of, data that we all lose sight of. And obviously, as the man or woman or both of them expand their family, we go right back to step number 1. And so there is a lot of valuable information that we do not capture to enable us expand, the tax net. And obviously, by the time an individual gets to retirement age and falls back into the group of vulnerability, you find a lot of them then calling for government to strengthen their social contract and provide for them right up until the time they exit the world. And so it has become very useful for government to understand that as part of its objectives to grow non-oil revenues, it is very, very critical to ensure that it is sustainable so that we can give back, to the same people who have voted us, into office. But unfortunately, over the years, we have focused more on increasing the number of revenue items. Those few people who have continued to pay, do pay rather than expand the horizontal, which directly would grow, the numbers vertically. There's also the need to engage with citizens through a bi-directional impact to not only expand that tax net, but to change the narrative on multiple taxation. And so for us, it's imperative that we implement a series of value-added initiatives, including the benefit for tax scheme, which we are currently running in Edo, in the informal sector, to expand, that bucket. So the Edo Revenue Administration System leverages big data technology to more transparently administer government revenues. And because we understand that the informal sector is very large, is the most significant number of people belong in that informal sector, we have also extended the technology from the office, to the field through the ERA's mobile technology. The mobile system allows us to leverage, that data-driven insight to remote locations on the fly. So this slide speaks to how we basically designed the system to work. We understand, as you know, that there are 3 buckets of data. You have individual data, you have business data, and then you have property data. Property data, whether it's mobile or it's fixed asset. So you have these 3 buckets of data. So basically what we want to do is identify each property, so each landed property, layer the business or the activity that happens in that property on top of the property data. And on top of the property data, you layer the individual data so that at the pool of the individual's revenue identification number or a DO identification number, you can see his relationship across the board through businesses and assets that he owns, including motor vehicles and landed property. And that way, we're able to serve in one single liability report all his assessments for the entire year. And so you reduce the need for multiplicity of collection, whether at state level, state MDAs, or state and local government. And so leveraging on technology, what we have done is to restructure the Edo State Internal Revenue Service to mirror what the technology is now doing for us. So certain roles and functions have been redefined. And so we are now leveraging on what we have to drive revenue assessment services and collection through zonal teams. So this, for example, speaks to a particular local government. These are 6 pilot zones within that local government, and how we have structured our teams to better be able to serve these people. So serve assessments, educate them and enlighten them, and obviously to make collections using our electronic platforms. There are multiple payment options, so you can walk into the bank, which most of us know that the average taxpayer, if there's no consequence, will not voluntarily go into the bank to make any payment. So we have the web payment options, we have the POS, and we have also innovated a scratch card settlement platform, which is on our ERAS mobile. What that does is that it leverages the sort of technology you have in mobile telecoms to generate authentic pins, and these pins have, monetary values to them. We pre-sell these pins or cards, in which case, so if it's either virtual or it's logical, we sell to independent dealers at a discount, just like you do in telecoms, and they then retail to taxpayers who procure, these cards, and our revenue collectors, come around to consume the values, on these cards. So part of the Edo Revenue Administration system has embedded within it the mobile aggregation system, where these pins are generated, and it is where the authentication also happens. We also bear in mind that in a country where it's common, it's not only in Nigeria. I think one of the other speakers from Malawi, I believe, talked about instability in terms of network. So we have provided for offline capability for mobile solution. So as far as the ministries, departments, and agencies are concerned, we recognize the key role they play in serving us with assessment or profile data. And so when an applicant comes into a ministry to apply for a particular service, a lot of capture happens at that point. So we all use the Edo Revenue Administration system. It's not an Edo State Internal Revenue Service system. It's for the entire state. And so all applications, are initiated on the system. And therefore, we're able to pull profile information on the citizens that answers the question of who is dealing with government. And then the notifications, are instantly sent to each citizen or taxpayer. There are 4 notifications that basically go out from our notification system. You have the capture notification. So when an individual is brought in and recognized by government, he gets an appreciative text message notifying him of his capture, and he's advised of his unique number. You have a notification that goes out when an assessment is raised. So even for someone who has sent, a staff to a ministry to transact on his behalf, he would get a notification as long as it's his own phone number that is provided at the ministry. He gets a notification on how much that service costs. And then when settlement happens, you get a notification on settlement, just like you get from your bank when you have a transaction. So you get an alert. And then on the eve of renewal, for those that are annual, you get another notification. So what we now do in the ministries is that assessments go out when settlement happens. I've been through that process, and then payment confirmation comes in. Only electronic treasury receipts are now issued in Edo State. So for every transaction, it must be electronically receipted for, and you cannot generate a settled status on an electronic treasury receipt unless settlement has happened. I also heard when a comment was raised earlier about people going into the bank and not being able to match their payment transaction, to the back end. So what we have done is that for every person who walks into the bank today, if you provide your phone number at the bank, the bank teller can pull your assessment information, because we have integrated our central billing system with the back end and through the payment gateway, both InterSwitch and PayDirect InterSwitch and Remitter, which is system specs. And so with your phone number, you can basically pull your assessment from the bank so that settlement can happen. You can also make payment against your unique ID, your unique profile. So you then, so that way we're able to maintain a POS or a virtual POS system. You can also pay against the particular bill reference, which is the particular assessment item that individual has enjoyed, whether it is tax or a ministerial service. What has happened in terms of growing the number of individuals we have captured in the net? 3 years ago, before this project started, we were at about 160,000, if my memory serves me right. As at this afternoon, 2 p.m., we have 513,449 individual entries, on the system. So that is a growth of over 300% in the number of people that we've been able to identify uniquely, on our system. And so the target is to ensure that all those over 500,000 people that we currently have, we are able to interact with them for payments for one service or the other, and personal income taxes. This slide shows a sample single liability view. What that means is every service that this particular individual enjoys, or every asset, every associated bill, every associated asset that translates into an associated bill, are reported in one single report, which we can provide, and you can decide to attach each individual assessment to support the single liability report. On the left of the screen is a sample of the electronic treasury receipt, which we now issue across all the MDAs. In this instance, this particular one is for personal income tax, from what I can see. And then on the right is a secure electronic MDA approval. So this particular one is for building plan approval certificate, which will carry the basic profile information on the building, that has been certified for construction. We have similar certificates for business premises. We have for online gaming businesses and their agents and pools agents. We have for schools, hospitals, any approval at all. I don't think government issues today is by way of an approval certificate. So that way, we're able to ensure that from the point the transaction is initiated, the assessment has gone out. Settlement must happen before the electronic treasury receipt can be generated. Only upon the generation of the electronic treasury receipt can the approval certificate itself, be generated and printed, for issuance and to the citizen. This slide just speaks to what has happened in the informal sector space for us over the last 10 years. If you look at the year 2017 or thereabout, we were at less than $500 million. But today we can see that we are in excess of 1 billion. Though this figure is annual, the year of last year being the year of COVID, we can see that we suffered a slight decline, but we have very quickly recovered from that. The months where we actually lost revenue in 2020 were at the beginning of the lockdown, but we were able to get our people to work from home. Citizens are able to transact with government from their own convenience. And so within the first 2 months, we were able to, recall and continue to serve people. Just to wrap up, because I appreciate that we've all been in this conference the whole day. Just to wrap up, what have we been able to deliver? Citizens-oriented service delivery. One very key point to make here is that the single tax liability view has helped to calm the nerves of citizens so that they understand exactly how much it is they are expected to pay in the year and for what revenue streams. And then we have put in place a scheme, which in local terms we call the pay small, small. And so you have people being able to defray those bill items that are annual, especially those that fall due at the end of the year. They can start to pay from January, and so that by December their liability is minimal. This includes their personal income taxes. They do now make payments on account. So that brings us to the second point, which is the payments on account option that ERAS has extended to our people. Ease of transacting with government has been significantly boosted with flexibility in bill processing by unique ID, the phone number, the unique reference for the individual, and the bill reference, which I mentioned earlier. Secure multiple electronic payment platforms, financial inclusion, secure electronic tax clearance certificate issuance. We now issue electronic tax clearance certificates. Efficient taxpayer notification system, which I mentioned earlier. Notification upon registration, notification upon assessment, notification of payment and reminders. Smart motor vehicle administration system. One of the features we have built into the motor vehicle administration system is an insurance verification platform, which basically ensures that every single policy that is presented upon registration or renewal of motor vehicle license is verified. And so the incidence of fake or forged insurance policies has been eliminated, at least to a very large extent here in Edo. MDA services are now more efficient. Electronic approvals, like I mentioned earlier, just ensures that end-to-end we tie in our MDA services to the revenues that get to government, and it's easy to reconcile. Because our own goal is to achieve a steady state where collections are real-time and compliance is a bit more self-driven than the rule of thumb. On the operational side, public administration has been made more efficient by the deployment of technology with a single data warehouse. That means that every single MDA who is dealing with a citizen can deal with the same citizen profile, and the transaction is basically just layered on that citizen's profile or the citizen's account. We're able to leverage data from multiple sources. It's interesting to note that Edo was the first state to fully integrate with the new JTB team platform. There's been a growth in the number of active profiles for us, and that keeps our people busy and basically justifying the salaries they earn. Personal income taxes from the informal sector have grown. So we are fast moving towards that point where we should be able to deliver on the budget numbers, that we have on a year-to-year basis. Transparency and accountability, has been boosted. It helps us also with policy regulation and compliance monitoring, so we can see where citizens, are not filing when they should file. We can also see where our own staff are not following the right process. We've leveraged technology now to restructure the Edo State Internal Revenue Service to be a more efficient and effective, service delivery agency of government as far as revenue administration is concerned. Our reporting modules allow us to provide, the useful analytics, and real-time reporting to the owners of the service, which is the state government. Personnel performance monitoring and evaluation is significantly supported now from the system, because it's not time for storytelling. You're able to, at the click of a button, see how well personnel are doing against their revenue targets. It has also thrown up, a significant area for us, which is capacity building. Being a non-core technology agency, to have innovated, an ERP system such as what we have done, it means that we have built significant capacity in our technology team, and it has also thrown up, a lot of training opportunities for others who need to catch up. And as far as you know, when it comes to technology, adoption is usually the issue, and so we continue to train and retrain, our staff, on the use of technology and the need to rely more on the system rather than trying to circumvent. Other key value additions that this has thrown up for us is, one, it has enhanced the development of the states towards that level where we can provide tax summaries, which is basically to layer on top of the influence what the tax revenues are being used for. This is one area where a lot of us have expressed concerns, but because the tax revenues have not been that significant, I think a lot of people have looked away from it. But as we begin to move towards self-sustainability, we will all have to begin to give a lot of consideration to developing, helping our governments to develop tax summaries. We are also now looking forward to subjecting ourselves to the tax administrative diagnostic assessment tool, TADAT, which is one tool that will basically tell us how well we have done and what needs to be done. It's important at this point to just highlight that the implementation review of the ERAS system was done by Pricewaterhouse from the procurement stage through to post-implementation review, which was done also very recently. That brings me to the end of my presentation. And so I'm here for any questions or comments. Thank you very much.
They say that save the best for the last. So we kept in our national example for the last. So we thank you very much. We could have taken more national examples, like I said. There are many other IRSs that are doing very great things in terms of initiating technology and in terms of technology integrations. So this is not the only IRS, but they've also, it's good to note that Edo State IRS has done remarkable work in this space, and we're happy to see that there's a lot for us to learn and take away from this. So once again, thank you very much, Executive Chair. I would like to open the floor for last questions. As you know, this is our final presentation. So we'd like to cap this up with any closing contribution to this feedback, questions for the last set of speakers, for them to respond to quickly. So do we have any questions on the platform by any chance? Okay. Do you have any contribution? Yeah, thank you.
Well done, Chair Edo, for a very wonderful presentation. Well, this is supposed to be like peer learning exercise, and we all have our unique challenges and problems in the various states. But I just wanted to find out from Chair, how interactive are members of the public or taxpayers with your platform? 1, 2, how challenging has it been for you to drive traffic onto the platform? That's in terms of registration or enumeration. And what solutions or strategies have you applied in ensuring that you have that migration from the previous systems you had onto this new digital platform? I'll still come back later on.
Okay, so should I go ahead?
No, you have to take the next one. Thank you very much, and I really feel impressed, highly impressed with what is happening in Edo State, I must confess. And you started at a very good starting point, which is from the data and using the data to grow the numbers. Because if every one of us can use the data to grow the numbers, then the numbers will continue to move up without having oscillation up and down. That I give you a 100% marking mark. Honestly, I'm highly impressed, and my next point of call, any visitation, I think is Edo State. I want to find out how you started it all, because that's the most difficult part of the reform. Starting it and then driving the process to the logical conclusion, and how you get to marry all the stakeholders and put them on the same page and be able to understand you and the reform program. Thank you for this wonderful presentation.
Since our dear chair said I would like to visit, I'm sure you can keep the menu for him so that when he comes. But I think a key point to address for what he said will be how to manage stakeholder buy-in. So I'll take that as a key question, how to manage stakeholder buy-in. Just one, but let's take more questions.
Good evening. My name is William Akwabum IRS. Very good presentation, and we appreciate you for that, Chair. I heard you mention of your EDO's team number, and which is not in conformity with the JTB team number. Then how does your platform manage this situation when you are making payments in the bank? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions? Okay. Do we? All right, thank you so much. So I'd like to, I think there's a comment, Bassey, it just flashed now. No, we need to keep reminding ourselves that we have colleagues online. All right, so thank you very much. Chair Adu, you can please go ahead to respond to the questions so far, the 3 questions.
Okay, so I'll start with thank you very much for all your great comments and well, your review comments essentially. I'll start with the questions from Lagos. It has been a very difficult process indeed to get people to get traffic on our platform. As you know, tax is not something a lot of people are keen to embrace, especially where they believe that they are out of the radar. But what we have found is that, so take for example, during the lockdown, because our people were working from home, what we did to measure their, their productivity from home was you generate the assessment. We know the notification will go out electronically, but you will submit to a portal every day, the assessments that you have raised. So generate the PDF and drop them there so that we can do the printing centrally in our production unit in the office. And so what we then found was that the more assessments were being generated during the lockdown, the more people were using the platform, for settlement. Again, recently, what we commenced about a month or 2 ago in Edo is a statewide enumeration exercise to basically, go from door to door, street to street, town to town, local government to local government, to identify all our buildings, profile the buildings for use and identify the businesses, and then identify the people. Where you can't identify the people, you go with to whom will be concerned type, assessment. When settlement happens, you will identify who the taxpayer is. We have set up call centers. So where we get data coming in from the banks on new accounts opened and transactions above a certain threshold value. We have our people ring them up, to try to identify their true status and encourage them to use, the online resources. So it has really been a slow build up. I'm sure you are having a similar experience in Lagos, which is the most cosmopolitan, city state in the country. How interactive? Yes, because you can do self capture, you can self-administer significantly, on the system. So filing can be done, online. So yes, it is user interactive. Getting the volume up, is one area where we are paying a lot of attention. Unfortunately, I didn't call for the data analytics on traffic, so it's difficult for me to tell you right now that it's grown by X% month on month. But that's something we are very happy, to share on the on our common platform, the JTB platform. The second question has to do with how did we manage stakeholders' engagement. Wow, it wasn't an easy process. One of the, from my own experience, when it comes to the development and use of technology, there is always first a lot of resistance. But when you have a governor that is, very progressive and who says, that technology is the way to go, we haven't changed the process. The revenue administration process remains the same. We have only brought in big data technology, to support whatever data we collect, and then built in some artificial intelligence so that people don't have to do as much work, to generate assessment. So as we got along, we engaged, the different stakeholders, bit by bit. So take, for example, the ministries, departments, and agencies. We bring them in, every now and then to basically talk to them and emphasize the need, to drive things on the platform. And then realizing that stopping there doesn't solve the problem, we deployed personnel from the Internal Revenue Service to the various ministries to basically handhold, their own treasury people to get them to adapt, to the new way of doing things. And so far, it's been a remarkable, success recorded. My brother from Akwa Ibom talked about the Edo revenue identification number, though he said TIN. So what we did in developing our system was to ensure that against each individual profile, like I said earlier on, there are 3 buckets of data. There is individual, there is business, and then you have property. You must be able to uniquely identify each one. And so the system assigns, a number to each data that you captured, which is for our own purpose. But against each individual profile, you link the individual TIN number. Not everybody has a TIN number. And so I'm not going to send someone away because he doesn't have a TIN number. And therefore, when I come across a citizen who doesn't have a TIN number, the system generates an Edo identification number for him. So the column for the TIN number is blank, pending when he has his TIN registration. Thankfully, with the integration with JTB, we are able to basically pull that information with respect to the TIN number with ease. But that body of data still doesn't have, all citizens captured. So even if you bring in the NIMSI, bring in an API for NIMSI data capture, not everybody is still captured, up until now. So as much as possible, we don't want a situation where we are forced not to deal with people because they do not have, these other numbers. So we've created our own number. So at any point in time where we have data unification in the country, and we need to now do away with those numbers that are no longer necessary, we'll simply take it out and work with that unique identifier that becomes a national way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think one thing that is very prominent in terms of this required is the exact need to, at the end of the day, harmonize all of this and have an easy way to go forward from here. Because beyond tax, we are hearing today when the telcos now say another person will come tomorrow and say again. So I think this issue around identification is something that we need to go. I mean, if you go to UK, your NI is your NI. If you go to India, your social security number is your social security number. And I think we need to go towards this as a nation
so that some of these issues can, and to be honest, even if we generate unique codes, machine way, instead of my technology, the truth is if I have a machine deploying giving team, you have your own deploying team. We expect both to be unique, but at some point, anything could happen. You could cross-reference and hit the same number. So that's it, because it's pulling from one central some they call it metric numbers. So, but the point is, if you have one system generating this, then it will repeat itself. It won't self-repeat, because that's how it is. So I think it's very important. I don't want to start meeting numbers and characteristics. So thank you very much for all of this. And again, like I said, we look forward to engaging further with everyone and see different ways where we can work with you. In terms of issues we will be taking to our principals. We'll definitely be engaging further with a number of the chairmen, especially joint tackles, to see how we can be better synergy in terms of pushing some of these reform agendas that require their actions. I think that's one of the advantages we bring to the table, and we're willing to explore it. We're taking a very quick quiz stroke survey now, and I'll call my wonderful colleague, Subeda Abiola, to please come and take us on that. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And this would not be an NGF event without us doing a Kahoots. And those that have been at any of our functions before know all about this. So first of all, we need to start by, okay, this is for chairmen and people representing chairmen here today and online. So first of all, we go to www.kahoots.it on your phones. There's some, the Wi-Fi is NGF and the password is 123 for those that are not connected onto the internet presently. So kahoots.it. So again, this is for the chairman and their representatives here.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh, so one person per state. So we'll wait for you all to join. It will ask you to create a username. So you can use any name you like. And that is the joining pin at the top, 3115726 at the top there. So we'll just wait for the rest of you to come on. 4 people have come online now. Okay, only 11 people have joined, 12, 13. Okay, people are coming online now. Is anyone having any difficulty? You can choose any name, just use any name. The pin is at the top there, as well as the web address. Okay, has everyone joined? 3115726. Has everyone logged on? Okay. Start. Okay, the first question is, does your state have any form of digitalization strategy or plan? Yes, no, or not sure are the options. Does your state have any form of digitalization strategy or plan? Yes, no, or not sure. So you just pick the corresponding color on your screen. 2 seconds left, 1, 0. Okay, so 19 said yes, 2 said no, and 2 said not sure. Next question. The next question is your SIRS implementing a tax administration management information system? Yes or no? Is your SIRS implementing a TAMIS? Yes or no? Okay, 22 said yes, 2 said no. I can't see the whole question. Okay, my tax administration management information system covers HQ, field or area offices, and I do not have an information management system in place. So which one is it? Only headquarters and field offices, or I do not have one in place? Five seconds left. 3. 8 said HQ only, 14 said HQ and field offices, and the rest said not in place. What type of tax administration management information system solution does your state run? Custom developed, commercial off the shelf, and I do not have an information management system in place are the options. So pick the corresponding color. 10 seconds left. So 19 said custom developed, 4 said commercial off the shelf, and 1 said I do not have one in place. What deployment approach did your state employ for the information management system? On-premise, cloud-based, and I do not have an information management system in place are the options. So pick the corresponding color. What deployment approach did your state use? On-premise, cloud-based, I do not have an information management system in place. 5 seconds. Okay, so 2 said on-premise, 20 cloud-based, and 1 I do not have one in place. This one is a multiple choice one, so you can choose more than one answer. Please click as applicable My TAMIS is integrated with banks, NIBs, in brackets BVN. My TAMIS is integrated with FRSC/VIO. My TAMIS is integrated with MDAs, FG and SG. And I do not have an information management system in place. So pick the corresponding colors for your answer. This time is up. Okay, 4 people said my TAMIS is integrated with banks, 3 FRSC VIO, 3 MDAs, and 0 don't have one. My TAMIS is integrated with the payment of public utilities, yes or no? That refers to electricity, water, and whatnot. My TAMIS is integrated with the payment of public utilities, yes or no? Okay, so 19 said no and 3 said yes. This one has multiple answers as well. Which of the following capabilities are provided by your tax administration management information system? Fraud detection, identification of irregular activity patterns, taxpayer classification, and advanced statistical analysis. Which of the following capabilities are provided by your TAMIS? Okay, so 10 said fraud detection, 12 said identification of irregular activity patterns, 15 said taxpayer classification, and 11 advanced statistical analysis. How would you measure the growth in tax digitalization in your IRS in the past 5 years? No impact, 10 to 20% growth, 20 to 30% growth, and over 30% growth. How would you measure the growth in tax digitalization in your IRS in the last 5 years? Okay, so 12 people said over 30%, and 5 people said 10 to 20%. 3 people, okay, it's gone. How would you measure the use of tax data for tax planning in your IRS? Not yet in use, 10 to 30%, 30 to 40%, and over 50%. How would you measure the use of tax data for tax planning in your IRS? Okay. 9 people said both 10 to 30 and 50%, and 4 people said 30 to 40%, and 2 don't use tax data for planning. Okay, so this one is a bit different. We're supposed to rank the following from the most potential to the least potential in the tax digitalization journey. So you just arrange it from most important to least important from left to right. So you just drag the box. You have a bit longer to answer this question because it's a bit tricky. Yes, right. So the most important should be on the left, the top left, and the least important on the top right. So you are ranking them from most important to least important. Have 40 seconds left. Only 8 people, 9 people have answered the question. 30 seconds left. 15 seconds. Okay. How am I supposed to do this?
Don't worry.
86% of you think tax filing is the most important.
Yes.
I think that's how that is.
Yes.
Tax payment after that.
Yes.
So is it that no one chose the other two?
They did,
How
but
did they?
we'll look at the data when it comes in.
Okay. Choose the area where the IRS is recording the greatest challenge in technology integration. Procurement, deployment, change management, and I do not have an information management system in place. Choose the area where the IRS is recording the greatest challenge in technology integration. So most of you said change management, then deployment, then equally across procurement, and I do not have an information management system in place. Which of these data are captured in your digital tax database? Vehicle registration, company registry, property records, and trade operations. Which of these data are captured in your digital tax database?
So that's the issue.
But they are not participating.
Vehicle registration, company registry, property records, and trade operations. Okay, so most of you said company registry, then vehicle registration, then trade operations, then property records. Okay, this one is open-ended. Please indicate the tax type that will be the highest beneficiary of an intelligent tax system. So please type your answers in the box at the bottom.
Should be a right pattern.
What tax type will be the highest beneficiary?
That's the point.
We only have one answer so far. 10 more seconds.
How should I do them more time for this?
2 answers, 3. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Okay. 12 answers. Okay. Okay. PIT, pay, direct assessments, withholding tax, PIT, presumptive tax, property tax. Okay, this is another open-ended one. Please indicate the greatest binding constraints to technology deployment in your IRS. So just type what is the biggest constraint to technology deployment. 20 seconds left. Your biggest constraints to technology deployment. Only 6 people. 6 seconds left. 3 seconds left. So we have funds, resistance to change, accepting technology, staff inability to adapt, so that goes to change as well, internet, lack of facilities, technology know-how, the lack of capacity, the users, resources, which goes to funding as well, and skills transfer, which goes to capacity as well. Okay, so thank you all for participating in our poll.
Thank you very much, Debreda, for a very great job. Please can we give a round of applause? Thank you so much. You said what a man can do, a man can do better. So thank you once again. So at this junction, we've reached the end of the session. Just to respond to a few questions that are latest on the chat. There were questions around directed to some of the states to say, oh, what has the IGR been for the last 3 years? Just for the benefit of those online who are not aware, the IGR figures are public. You can get this from the MBS website, and you can also get this from the Joint Tax Board. Or you can as well also reach out to State Internal Revenue Services. They're technology driven, so I'm sure they can make that available to you if you desire. Just also to address the question of what the NGF does, David probably in his closing remarks say that I got a question around that to know more about the NGF. So maybe in your closing remarks, but for the program I manage called the NGF Help Desk, and for most of the channel were conversant with the program and know me. The NGF Help Desk was instituted in 2016 to provide technical assistance to State Internal Revenue Services on the issues of improving domestic revenue mobilization with a strong focus on improving IGR. And we've been doing this for several chairmen. Some have come and also left, and most of greater things. But for those who are here, we'll tell you that we work with you and we don't want you to work alone. So we're looking forward to doing a lot more with you this year, both in helping to set up processes, review existing processes, and to identify areas that can be improved upon. And we can do this both physically or virtually. We're very, very technology driven as well. So we're happy to have virtual consultations where most appropriate. And in cases where there's physical, do not worry, we'll bring ourselves. You don't need to pay. The support is free and funded by the Bill and Medicaid Foundation. And on the other side, we have a World Bank work stream funded by the Ministry of Finance, SIFTAS, and we're helping a number of you with your consolidated revenue codes and issues around the property tax. More recently, we sent a model regulation. Please, for those who have not sent in their model regulations, we encourage you to try and do so as soon as possible so that we can do the back and forth and help people so that we can together reach the final goal. About last week, with our experts in-house, we just completed the model regulation for mandating the sharing of data, real-time sharing of data between the MDs and yourselves, so that it's not going to be, it's one of these issues about change administration. There's other things that we try not to be legal frameworks so that you don't have to do too much explanation again about the same issue. So we're doing that, and that should be in your inbox within the week. And we hope to also hear from you and work with you to domesticate that. And for those who have not domesticated or passed finally their consolidated revenue code in the house, please try and do so that the IVA can also have time to do your assessment early. Because later it is, it means the later the reward will come. So we encourage you to please do that if you have issues serious. So I'll call my colleague David for his closing remarks. Thank you very much. I do hope that we'll have a wonderful session. And once again, my name is Olaniwaju Adubashiri. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm doing the best job to let everyone go. I'd like to thank you all for your time. I think we had over 23 chairmen present and many online as well. We'd like to start from the FRS chairman, who was represented by his coordinating director, Emel Abubakar. We'd like to thank the World Bank and the BNGF, who gave very useful goodwill remarks. And also for our partners, World Bank and the International Center for Tax Development for the presentations. And of course, they helped facilitate some of the presenters that we had today from Mauritius, from Malawi, and from our vendors from Technobrain, Crown Interactive, and SAP. So this event really was an offshoot of the event we had last year when we did that research, and we saw that for contact-intensive taxes, within the 2 months or the 3 months of the pandemic, taxes had fallen by 40%. So we thought to play some role in that to help facilitate the conversations around tax digitization for states, and we thought it was very, very useful for states to meet this year. Usually we have just one event a year, but this year we chose to have this one mid-year to help strengthen that conversation and build the network of people that the IRSs would interact with. Hopefully, there have been some lessons to take away and some connections to help you in building your tax strategies. We'd like to thank our procurement expert. I'm sure most of you are seeing him for the first time, Mr. Solomon, It will be very, very useful for you as you design your TAMIS solutions. I'd like to also thank Larry and Zubeda, who are familiar faces, and some of my colleagues, and some new directors that we've seen today who are representing their chairman. Thank you for coming, and we hope the meeting today was very useful. We'll share all of the presentations and the results from the polls so that you can have a clear perspective of how the results went. Perhaps today or tomorrow, we will share that with you. And there'll be a closing dinner at the rooftop. I know many of you haven't been here for this event before, but if you go downstairs, there's another building, and if you just take the elevator upstairs, you would find the rooftop where dinner will be served. So thank you very much for your time, and hope we will cross paths soon enough.
Thank you from those of us online.
David, any online dinner?
None for Ethiopia.
Marky.
You know, I'm a taxman. I will use your information against you. Guys, bye.